Yes, good morning. Yes, Mr. O'Connor.
Good morning, sir. Our first witness this morning is Mr. Wayne Darch. Perhaps he could be sworn, please.
Repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but
and
the
nothing
truth.
but the truth.
Please sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Darch. Do take a seat. Could you give us your full name, please?
Certainly, Wayne Darch.
Mr. Darch, you have kindly prepared a witness statement for the inquiry. It is, if we could bring it up on screen, INQ 006058. I know you've got a hard copy in front of you. Thank you. Do you see it on the screen there?
I do.
And if we just go forward to the last page of the statement, which is page 26, we see that it's dated the 7th of October of this year.
Correct.
And there is a signature there, although of course it's concealed on the published version of the statement. But can you confirm that that is your statement?
I can confirm that is my statement.
And have you read through it in preparation for coming today?
I have.
And are the contents of that statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
Thank you very much. Mr. Darch, I'm going to ask you some questions. First of all, a little bit about your career history. We have quite a lot of detail about that in your statement. And so may I invite you to adduce the entirety of Mr. Darch's statement into evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. So I will simply touch on a few points about your career history, Mr. Darch. Your current role, is this right, is as Deputy Director Operations of the South Western Ambulance Service NHS Foundation Trust.
That is correct.
Referred to for brevity as SWAFT, yes?
SWAST.
SWAFT. In 2018, of course the time with which we're concerned, you were Head of Preparedness, Resilience and Response for the same organisation. Is that right?
I was the Head of Emergency Preparedness,
I'm sorry.
Resilience and Response.
Right, so
Familiarity.
with that small correction, that was your role.
Yes.
In total, I think we see from your statement that you have been in the ambulance service for very nearly 28 years.
That's correct.
The roles we've just mentioned that you've been undertaking for the last few years and currently are strategic management type roles. Is it right that you spent some of those 28 years as an ambulance emergency technician?
So I started off as a control assistant working in our 999 control centres. I undertook a number of different roles over the course of my career, including training as a technician. I responded in that capacity as a responding officer rather than on a double-crewed ambulance, which would be the traditional route. But nonetheless, that was the case. I didn't continue down a clinical route, and as you will see in my statement, I am not a registered clinician because I took other opportunities through the leadership and management route.
Yes. So just give us an idea. We've got in our minds the 28 years of your total service. How many of those years were spent as an emergency responder?
6 or 7.
Right. But presumably much earlier in your career.
Much earlier.
And for a large part of that more recent time, you have been occupying the type of management and strategic roles that you've mentioned.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Now, as you know, Mr. Darch, and certainly some people in this room know, we will be hearing in the days ahead, in fact today and tomorrow, and then further when we resume our hearings in London, from a number of ambulance staff who actually attended Dawn Sturgess, Charlie Rowley and Sergei and Yulia Skripal. And of course we'll be asking them about the details of what they did on those occasions, and we'll be taking them to the contemporaneous documents and so on. That's not what I want to do with you today, of course. The purpose of you coming to give evidence today is to give us some insight into the management, policy, sort of training content of the ambulance service over the period with which we're concerned. Do you understand?
I do, thank you.
And I want to start, if I may, with the question of what understanding or training ambulance staff had of or for nerve agent organophosphate poisoning before the Skripal poisoning in March 2018. And we'll work then forward in the chronology. Okay? Okay. And I think it's important for me to ask you right at the start about the rarity of this type of poisoning, organophosphate stroke nerve agent poisoning. We will be hearing in due course from an expert witness, Mr. Faulkner, and I know you've read his report. He will be giving evidence about pre-accident care, pre-hospital care generally. And he asserts in his statement that something to the effect of the vast majority of ambulance technicians, clinicians, would never see an organophosphate poisoning case in their entire career. And he says that in his long career, he'd only seen one. Obviously, I'm not asking you for an exact answer, but roughly speaking, does that chime with you, or do you think he's got it way out?
No, absolutely. I agree with Mr. Faulkner's assessment of that. A number of our clinicians will go a whole career without witnessing or attending a organophosphate or nerve agent poisoning, whether accidental or deliberately. In contrast to that, our clinicians will regularly attend opiate overdoses, yeah, I mean, the instances of nerve agent or organophosphate poisoning, I absolutely agree with Mr. Faulkner's assessment.
In the 6 or 7 years that you were...
Forgive me, Mr. O'Connor, had there ever been a nerve agent poisoning experience in this country?
Not that's recorded since the Second World War, as far as I understand it, sir.
Right. But you bracket it with organophosphate poisoning,
Yes.
which is what, fertilizers, basically?
Yes, that's right.
Right. And that happens occasionally, does it?
Occasionally, but extremely rare. Again, as Mr. Faulkner states within his statement, almost unlikely that our clinicians would attend such a scenario.
Right. Thank you very much.
I'm going to ask you in a moment about the training that ambulance staff had for this type of incident. But before we do, just help us generally. Are there other examples of extremely rare, but if they do happen, high consequence incidents that ambulance staff are trained for, or is this an outlier?
No, it's not an outlier. We train for marauding terrorist attacks and other high consequence incidents, so high consequence infectious disease, for example. And we have specialist resources that respond to those, but there is a baseline level of training and education that is provided to all of our responding crews, as well as staff within our emergency operations centres who take the 999 calls and then coordinate the response thereon in.
Thank you. If we can go to page 8 of your statement, please. We'll bring it up on the screen. And this is a part of your statement we can see from the heading at the top, where you describe the guidance that's been issued to ambulance staff for organophosphate nerve agent poisoning. And you refer further down the page to the treatment, the Duodote pen, which administers atropine, does it not?
It does.
And that is the sort of basis or the vehicle for the training that was given prior to 2018.
That is correct.
And you refer to a clinical note issued by SWAFT that was circulated from memory, I think, in 2017. Let's bring it up on screen, please. It's INQ 30627. Mr. Darch, this is a clinical notice and it goes with a medicines protocol, which I'm going to take you onto in a moment. So just describe, if in a sentence or so, will you, what this document is, who it went to, why it was circulated.
Okay, so I'll start with the way it was circulated first, if I may. So late 2016, NHS England National Emergency Preparedness Resilience Response Team.
Sorry, say that slowly, will you, Mr. Darch?
In late 2016, the National NHS England EPR team, Emergency Preparedness Resilience and Response team, wrote to all English NHS ambulance services, confirming that they had accepted a recommendation through the National Clinical Reference Group for Duodote, which is the atropine that's been described, to be carried on all frontline emergency vehicles.
Right.
And there is a breakdown within that communication, which is further detailed within the clinical notice as is presented on the screen. The purpose of the clinical notice is to confirm internally our intention to follow that direction, and is a direction to operations officers who are our frontline, first-line supervisory level officers, and to all clinical staff that this is being distributed, and that they should familiarise themselves with the medicines protocol, which describes the circumstances in which the Duodote should be administered.
Now, so this goes or went to, did it?
This was issued.
The people at the bottom of the page.
That's right, that's correct.
And what does all clinical staff mean?
So all clinical staff are paramedics and their colleagues that work operationally on the front line, regardless of whether that's on a double-crewed ambulance, a rapid response vehicle, which is a car, our command vehicles, and it is also of relevance to our clinicians that work within our emergency operations centres.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Darch. And we can see just underneath the table there the instruction, as you've said, to people who receive this document to refer to the separate medicines protocol. So let's turn that up if we may, and that is INQ 30623. So staff who follow that instruction would have seen this document, is that right?
That is correct.
And before we look at the detail, can you give us an idea of, if you were, in those years when you were a first responder, how many documents like this would you have been receiving? How much training of this sort do you expect staff to undertake?
We received regular updates at the time. In terms of the frequency, I don't recall, if I'm honest, but I would have had time to have accessed and referred to this particular document.
I mean, do presumably these documents get circulated by email? So do they receive them sort of every day, every week, every month?
Maybe a few a week at the time. It depends on other circumstances with regards to other medicines or clinical guidelines that are needing to be refreshed or issued. This was clearly a new medicine. We circulated it through email at the time, but we'd also just gone live with an application that our colleagues can access through their mobile phones or iPads or other forms of devices. And this would have been available on our intranet, but publicised well that it was there to be referred to.
Having sent out the instruction, do you have a method for monitoring whether staff have actually done what they've been told to do, that is, to read the clinical notice and the protocol?
So with regards to that specific question, at the time, we didn't have that technology available. And the app didn't allow us to do that. However, since then, we do now have the ability to be able to do that. What I would say is that once we issue updates or new protocols, there are arrangements for training for our colleagues, which happens over a period of time. So, for example, if this protocol was issued today, some colleagues may be on a training programme tomorrow that would have access to training in that respect. Some may receive that further down the line in 11 months' time for example.
Thank you. Thank you.
So do they come in for training every now and then? Is that what you're telling us?
Annually, yes, sir.
How often?
Annually.
Annually?
Yes.
Mr. Darch, let's just look at the content of the protocol, if we may. And we see, don't we, towards the bottom of the page that we're looking at, where it says clinical situation, there are a series of, in fact, three sort of signs, symptoms that are said to be indicative, clinical features that are indicative of organophosphate poisoning, and the instruction says that at least one of those must be present in order to justify using this treatment. And we will see similar lists in other documents. Bronchuria, bronchospasm, that's a respiratory difficulty, is that right?
As I understand it.
And also severe bradycardia, low heart rate. And then if we follow it down onto the other side of the page, other signs may include excess secretions, respiratory depression, and altered levels of consciousness. As I say, we will see similar lists of the way in which patients with organophosphate poisoning present in other documents, and so some of those symptoms are familiar. And it's right also, isn't it, and you've already made the point, that some of those symptoms overlap with the way in which people suffering from opiate overdose present. In particular, respiratory depression, altered levels of consciousness, and so on.
Correct.
While we're on this second page, can we just cast our eyes down? If we see the heading on the left, cautions, and the second bullet point, do you see that? It starts when symptoms of poisoning are not severe. Then Duodote should be used with extreme caution in people with heart disease, arrhythmia, recent myocardial infarction, and so on. So an indication there that, well, you tell us your understanding of that.
It's not quite a contraindication, but clinicians should use extreme caution when considering Duodote for patients with those clinical conditions.
So it's not that with if generically heart problems, the instruction is not saying don't ever use it, but it is saying
use it with caution.
Use with caution. So according to your statement, that is the training, the guidance that was in play relating to this type of condition prior to March 2018.
That's correct. So if I could just expand on that, if I may. All new staff coming into the organisation and at the time through the training that I've already described, clinicians undergo a period of training which covers the clinical symptoms of organophosphate poisoning, nerve agent poisoning, and also the detail around the medicines protocol that we've just reviewed, as well as the application of the Duodote itself. So that at the time was the baseline standard training.
Yeah. Now, I want to move forward in the chronology then to March 2018 and the Skripal poisoning. As I've said, we will be calling evidence from ambulance technicians and indeed others who were present. So I don't want to ask you about the detail of exactly what happened, but perhaps you'll agree or disagree with this summary. Both Yulia and Sergei Skripal were attended to and were in fact assessed by the ambulance crews there to be suffering from an opiate overdose. And so they were both given naloxone, which is a drug intended to combat that sort of condition. Is that right?
That's correct.
They were showing symptoms that, broadly speaking, were consistent with both nerve agent poisoning, organophosphate poisoning on the one hand, and an opiate overdose on the other. For example, respiratory collapse and also meiosis, pinprick eyeballs. Correct?
Correct.
Also, they were seen to be suffering excess secretions So sort of salivation, foaming at the mouth, that type of symptom, which we often see referred to as a symptom which is a distinguishing point because it is a symptom of organophosphate poisoning, but not seen with opiate overdose. Correct?
Correct.
It was also the case that atropine was in fact administered to Sergei Skripal by one of the ambulance staff present by accident. He intended to give an administration of naloxone but picked up the wrong bottle and in fact gave him some atropine. Is that right?
Correct. Yep.
And we will hear from Mr. Faulkner, the expert, who says that actually that would clearly have helped Mr. Skripal and may even have saved his life. But it's also fair to say that we will hear from Mr. Faulkner that he is not critical of the fact that the ambulance staff on that occasion didn't diagnose organophosphate poisoning, but instead diagnosed opiate poisoning for the very reason we've been discussing, because it is so rare and there is an overlap of symptoms.
That is correct.
So with that summary in mind, I want to move on and ask you some questions about how the ambulance service, your own trust, responded to the Skripal poisoning and what guidance and learning took place after March, or during and after March 2018. And let's go, if we may, to page 18 of your witness statement. And we can see just about a third of the way down, there's a headline, Reviews, Learning and Changes to Policy Procedures, and then a little bit further down, a heading, Guidance Disseminated Following the Salisbury Incident. Do you see that?
I do.
And in fact, it's at paragraph 105.1, so immediately underneath that heading, that you refer to something that took place on the 9th of March, so the week after, I think that was the Friday, after the Sunday poisoning. A step taken by you to circulate throughout your organisation a piece of advice that had come in from the NHS and Public Health England about nerve agent poisoning. And let's have that document up on screen, please. It's INQ 000660. There were, you refer to two documents in your statement. They are very similar, aren't they? One was intended, I think, for GPs and one for hospitals.
That's correct.
This is the slightly shorter version.
GP version.
Yes,
yes.
but
This is which?
this is the GP version.
Thank you.
But one might think that's more appropriate. The detail that's added for hospitals would not necessarily be something that ambulance technicians would find useful. Is that fair?
There is crossover between the two documents, so there are aspects of the emergency department guidance that would be relevant to the ambulance pre-hospital environment.
Well, let's just look at this for now, in any event, Mr. Darch. What we see there, we see the headline, Diagnosis and Early Management in Organophosphate Chemical Incidents. There are a series of visual indicators. Step 1, 2, 3 plus triggers. Can you just explain what that means?
Yeah, absolutely. So safety triggers for emergency personnel, step 1, 2, 3. So essentially, if we're responding to an incident that has one patient, we would deal with that as normal, essentially. 2 patients, we would approach with caution, and with 3 patients, we would essentially respond with specialist responders and seek specialist advice. And then there are a number of plus triggers, which include evacuation and accessing, as I say, specialist support and advice.
So those are generic considerations. They're not specific to this type of case.
They're generic, and they're applied across the emergency service spectrum.
And then I won't read them out, but a series of, again, fairly, perhaps, I don't want to use the word obvious, but signs of something that's gone seriously wrong dead or distressed people and animals, obvious presence of hazardous materials, unexplained vapours or mists. And then immediately below that, clinical symptoms, as I say, similar, although not quite identical, to the types of symptoms that we saw on that medicines protocol.
Yes.
And this was a document which you received, and is it right that you, on your own initiative, decided to send it to everyone in the trust, or at least was it all clinical people within the trust?
No, it wasn't all clinical people. I did circulate this along with the guidance that was issued for emergency departments as well, because, as I say, there were aspects within that guidance that were applicable to particularly paramedics within our workforce. And that document makes reference to the significant crossover of the symptoms between opiate overdose and organophosphate or nerve agent overdose, and describes a stepped approach to the treatment of those patients. In the absence of any guidance forthcoming that was specific to the ambulance service or to the pre-hospital environment, I took the decision to circulate the guidance that was available.
Yes. I mean, that was a point I wanted to come on to, because as I've mentioned, that was a key learning point from the Skripal incident, wasn't it?
Yes.
The risk of misdiagnosing, and which would lead, other than by the fortunate accident of Mr. Skripal getting the atropine, to not using the Duodote pen when it was needed.
That's correct.
Did you consider not just circulating the hospital guidance, which mentioned the risk of that confusion, but circulating a sort of internal, specific piece of guidance, drawing your staff's attention to that very aspect of the Skripal case?
So we didn't issue new guidance. We reminded colleagues of the existing guidance that was in place at that time, which, as we've seen from the other documents we've referred to this morning, were consistent.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Arch, you'll have to forgive me. You circulated this, is that right?
That's correct.
Along with, you said, some other document which particularly referred to the overlap of symptoms between, on the one hand, opiate poisoning and organophosphate poisoning.
Yes.
What was that document?
That document was Public Health England document, and it was the diagnosis and early management of organophosphate chemical incidents, but specific for hospital emergency departments. And I understand that that's inquiry reference 000659.
So let's bring it up on screen. Mr. Darts is right. It's 000659.
And that's a PHE or NHS document, is it?
PHE.
PHE.
Yes, sir.
So what we'll see is it's similar. It starts in a very, I think, almost identical way to the document we've just been looking at, but then it goes on to provide more detail. Is that right, Mr. Darch?
It does, from recollection.
So where does it...
It's not up yet, sir. I don't think.
Oh, I'm sorry, wrong document.
We're waiting for 659. That's still 660.
Yes, that's 660.
Right. So we see, as I said, Mr. Darch, the first page or so of this document are very similar, if not identical, to the document we were just looking at. But I think will you take us to a later page in the document which makes the point about overlapping symptoms of opiate overdose?
It may not be that document. So just bear with me. May have been the wrong. Just bear with me. I just need to refer to a further Public Health England document. which, if I may, give you an alternative inquiry reference number.
Well, yes, I must say I had read this document and I hadn't seen the point you wanted to make about it, so it may be that we're at cross purposes.
It's in 657.
Oh, not 659. Right, let's have 657 then.
Right, well, should we call that up on the screen?
The document that I'm referring to was issued in July 18, but that was an update.
In when?
In July 18, but that was
Perhaps
an
we can,
update.
Mr. Arch,
Just take it gently, please.
Can I
need to know exactly who got what when.
can I suggest, if we could go back to Mr. Darch's witness statement, please, and go to page 20.
Right.
If we look at paragraph 1082, is that the subparagraph which refers to the document you're describing, Mr.
It is,
Darch?
yes, that's correct.
But we can see from the title just above it, and also from the date, that this was in fact guidance that was circulated not between the Skripal and the Amesbury incident, but after the Amesbury incident.
That's correct, yes.
Well, you were being asked originally, you see, Mr. Darch, about what, if anything, went out to people after the Salisbury incident.
Yes, that's
And it must be obvious to you, before the Amesbury incident.
absolutely, sir. That's my error.
Don't worry.
So the two documents that we were referring to were the documents that were published on the 10th of March.
Yes.
Yes.
But
And those are 660, is that right? The public health document about nerve agent organophosphate
Correct.
poisoning. And
659,
Correct.
which was the similar document which went to hospitals.
That's right.
But is it right, Mr. Darch, that in fact neither of those documents refer to the misdiagnosis point?
Correct.
right.
And in fact, you refer in your witness statement to a number of other generic documents relating to organophosphate poisoning that were circulated around this time. But my suggestion is that in fact none of them refer to the misdiagnosis point. Do you agree with that?
I do agree with that, yes.
Right. So who got the two documents that they did get after the Skripal event? That is to say 660 and 659, which describe the symptoms of organophosphate stroke nerve agent.
They went to all staff as listed within my statement, sir.
Meaning?
Meaning all staff, all of our colleagues.
Right.
It was issued across the organisation.
If I'm an ambulance man, I'll have had it, will I?
Yes.
Thank you.
So they would have had that high-level document describing the symptoms, but they wouldn't have had their attention drawn to the risk of misdiagnosis in that document.
In that document, that's correct.
And I'd like to take you to another document, please. If we could have INQ 000724. Now, this document, Mr. Darch, is the debrief that your organisation conducted, the report of the debrief, into Operation Fairline, which was the name given to the response to the Skripal poisoning. Yes?
Correct.
Now, we know that this document itself wasn't published until quite a lot later. It was October 2018.
The first edition was published prior to October, but the final version was published in October 18, having concluded Operation Fortis and the multi-agency debriefs that we heard earlier on in the week.
Certainly this document, though, much later.
That's right.
Let's go, if we may, to page 18 of this document. This is Annex A to the document, Mr. Darch, and we can see it's headed Mike Killeran Debrief Report. And we don't need to go there, but I will just record that we see that this debrief report was in fact dated the 27th of March 2018, so it's much more rapid.
That's right.
And we assume that when that was undertaken, the results of it were circulated within the organisation.
They were indeed.
I'm sorry, Mr. O'Connor, you've lost me. I've got a document in front of me. It hasn't got a date on it.
No.
But it has it somewhere else, has it?
Yes. Well, we can look, so it's page 20, internal page 23 of this document.
Thank you.
The bottom. Do you see there, Mr. Darch?
So Mr. Killeran's report, 27th of March.
So it's an earlier report annexed to the final report. Is that fair?
That's correct.
And
we can
what
go...
happened to that? I mean, did people see it or not?
Yes, they did.
Who saw it?
So the contents of this report are largely not concerning clinical matters,
No.
but are concerning policy, process and procedural issues as a result of the consequence management aspects of the response to the initial Operation Fairline. This was shared with our command teams and tactical advisors, who this particular document was specifically relevant to.
Right. And Mr. O'Connor, do you want us to look at this because it contains something material to the point we were dealing with before, or not?
Yes, there's one part of it I would like to ask you about. So if we can go back to page 18, please.
Right.
Obviously, I've heard what you say, Mr. Darch, that this wasn't aimed at frontline staff.
No.
But if we just look at the last of those paragraphs, please. This is the executive summary. We see, Mr. Killeran says, at the time of the incident, the crews were completely unaware of the cause of injury illness. This is the Skripal incident, isn't it? And this was not revealed until some 15 hours later. The debrief will detail staff concerns and suggest changes to working practice in instances such as this. So this is a reference to the fact that the staff on the ground didn't diagnose organophosphate nerve agent poisoning. But my suggestion is that it doesn't then take that issue forward and recommend any further training, any guidance, that there's no action point to try and deal with that problem within this debrief from March 2018.
I think, on reflection, I think that's a fair comment. There was also a significant delay in ourselves within the ambulance service being aware that the issue that our colleagues had attended on Sunday was indeed organophosphate or nerve agent related incident, which is what that also refers to.
Just drawing this together, Mr. Darch, do you think it's fair to say that more could have been done in that period between March and June to draw your staff's attention, not just refreshing their guidance on organophosphate poisoning, but drawing their attention to this particular learning point from the Skripal poisoning? So
we shared as much information as we could, as I've described, and there are a number of documents there that were disseminated following the Salisbury incident. But of course, we could always do more. If the inquiry considers that we should have done more, then clearly we would take action to address that.
Well, I think you're being asked whether you think you should have done more.
I think we...
or whether at the time this is the best you could do.
My perspective is at the time we did the best that we could with what we had available to us.
Are you saying that you didn't know before the Amesbury incident that the staff in Salisbury had misdiagnosed the Skripals?
So I've referred to my earlier comment, if I may. The instance of nerve agent poisoning that crews would be, would come across is extremely rare. And as you will know from witness statements from colleagues that you will speak to in the coming days, we responded to the symptoms that we believed were of an opiate overdose nature. It was some hours later, and indeed well into the Monday, that it was known that this was not an opiate-related incident. But as I think Mr. Faulkner makes reference to in his statement, he is not critical of the diagnosis or the action that our crews took at the time, and I would support that.
Mr. Archer, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I want to come to the point. We've all agreed that Mr. Faulkner, and it may be in due course the Chair, is not critical of the misdiagnosis at the time. But very shortly afterwards, you as an organisation were aware that there had been a misdiagnosis. And my question is, should you have done more to circulate that particular learning point within your organisation? Because we haven't been able to find a single document where that's done in the 3 or 4 months before the Amesbury incident.
So we did share as much information as we possibly could, but to answer your specific question, no, we didn't, and we could have done better there.
All right. Let me move on to a slightly different topic. Of course, one of the reasons why spreading this knowledge would have been a good idea was because of the risk that it might happen again. That must be right, mustn't it?
Yes.
And in particular, if that risk crystallised, if there was another nerve agent incident, then your staff very likely would be at the sharp end of that.
Correct.
Was that risk something that you as an organisation were made aware of or considered?
So we did consider it, and that's in part the reason that I circulated the guidance that was available, notwithstanding that it was not addressed or intended for the ambulance service, but for emergency departments and GPs, to our colleagues. We also, or I also, reissued the initial operational response guidance, again on the 10th of March, and there was guidance that was received into our organisation that was specifically intended for ambulance services that used NHS pathways as a triage system. We're an MPDS service, medical priority dispatch triage service. But again, in the absence of guidance or additional information for MPDS services, I took the information that was available and circulated that. In terms of being aware of potential or secondary or tertiary incidents, I don't recall specific discussions regarding that. However, I was made aware yesterday evening of some emails that were circulated on the 15th of March, which I was not in possession of, and over the course of last night I've rechecked to confirm that position. But the actions that were contained within the documents that were shared with me yesterday evening were the actions that I took on the 10th of March, some 5 days earlier.
Well, you've mentioned that email, so let me ask you about it. If we could have, please, INQ 004704 on the screen. So this is an email. It's not easy to work out exactly who sent it or received it for obvious reasons, but we can see that it's dated Thursday the 15th of March, so 10 days or so after the Skripal poisoning. Yeah. And it would appear that it's an internal DHSC email. And if we can go over to the second page, please. We can see that it's the title is Salisbury Nerve Agent Attack, Risk of Secondary Incident. Thank you. And just underneath that, reasonable worst-case scenarios and mitigation. And a list underneath, numbered list. First number being a second targeted attack, so in other words, another targeted attack like Skripal's. But then second and third, accidental discovery of discarded agent by either humans or third animals. And if we cast our eyes down towards the bottom of the page, we can see that the analysis of the second type of incident, that is an accidental discovery of a discarded source of material by humans, and we can see that what is being anticipated is up to 6 members of the public being exposed to source material used and then discarded after the Salisbury incident, up to 4 emergency services personnel exposed to the nerve agent.
This is all someone stabbed at a hypothetical possibility, is it?
It's a reasonable worst-case scenario.
Worst-case scenario.
A scenario against which to plan.
Right.
1 fatality, 9 other casualties requiring prolonged hospital treatment, and so on. And then if we go over the page again, please, we see sort of further analysis in a grid, and consideration being given to what first responders need to know in planning for that sort of scenario. Mm-hmm. My question, Mr. Darch, is perhaps an obvious one, which is in your sort of managerial, strategic role within the ambulance service that must have been the most likely to have been involved in this sort of secondary incident coming across a discarded container. Do you think you ought to have seen this sort of planning document so that you could have been involved in that planning?
Absolutely, yes.
So you didn't see this at the time. It's an internal departmental document somewhere, is it?
That's correct. The first time I saw this document was yesterday evening.
Right. And you say now that you would like to have done?
I would have, yes.
If we can go back to the first page of the document. Just the text of the email, please. We can see that whoever it was that wrote it says, please find attached a first stab at the reasonable worst-case scenario for a secondary nerve agent incident. There's the then in brackets, for health sector only. Were you the health sector?
We are part of the health sector, yes.
And then suggest that this is not forwarded further than necessary. I think you've made your position clear, but do you regard yourself as having been one of the necessary recipients of this analysis?
Absolutely.
If you had, what would you have done differently?
We would have followed the action that it describes on page 2, I think it was. But in terms of the actions, could we possibly go to page 2? But in terms of the actions around reaffirming initial operational response and dissemination of guidance, that's the action that we undertook on the 10th of March.
Well, actually, this page isn't about actions, is it? It's about what the worst-case scenario is.
I think it's the grid that Mr. Dark
is referring to.
Yes.
Yeah. So if you look at the actions that are required in terms of reinforcing initial operational response with regards to remove protocols, we did that on the 10th of March, and the learning from the 4th was disseminated, as I said earlier on, following the distribution of the Public Health England guidance that I previously referred to.
You've referred to that second bullet point, learning from the 4th of March should be rapidly disseminated. Do you think if you'd seen this sort of document, which I assume would have made the risks feel much more real to you,
yes,
you might have thought again about, for example, disseminating the learning point about the crossover symptoms between opiates and nerve agents?
Yes, absolutely. This would have been extremely helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Darch. I want to move finally on to 2 other topics, which I think I can ask you about quite briefly. And they relate first to the treatment of Dawn Sturgess and second to the treatment of Charlie Rowley. And as I've said with the my earlier questions, of course, we'll be coming to the paramedics who themselves undertook that treatment. So we'll ask them the detailed questions. I want to foreshadow some of the sort of larger issues that will come up with you now. And in terms of the treatment of Dawn Sturgess, one of the features of her case was that while the paramedics were treating her, they were told by her boyfriend, Charlie Rowley, that Dawn didn't take drugs. And that was inconsistent with the views they were forming about what might have caused her condition, because they were working on the basis that this may well be an opiate poisoning case. As I say, we'll ask them about exactly who heard what and what they were thinking. But from your sort of managerial perspective, what guidance or training is there within the ambulance service about how paramedics treating a patient should sort of feed into their analysis information like that that's given by family members or people who are with the victim?
So I think the first thing that it's important to say is clearly Dawn was in cardiac arrest at the point at which we arrived, and therefore the treatment of the cardiac arrest is first and foremost in one in achieving a return of spontaneous circulation, and secondly, sustaining it stably. Clearly, any information that is available to ambulance crews at the scene are important and should be taken into consideration. There are a number of causative clinical conditions which, as I've mentioned, I'm not a registered clinician, so I'm not able to go into, that they would be considering in terms of addressing the potential causes of the cardiac arrest, and therefore those principles, but at the same time taking into account any observations that they make of the scene, but also information that they are given from either witnesses, relatives, friends, other bystanders. Clearly, they will take into consideration. But as you've already mentioned, my colleagues that attended the incident will be able to detail that.
Just to pick you up on that, there, you say clearly they would take that into consideration. Of course, we'll ask them whether they did or not. But from your standpoint, is your position that they should have taken that into consideration?
Yes.
Is that their training?
That's their training, yes.
Right. And then lastly, Mr. Darch, Charlie Rowley, who of course became ill later in the day, different paramedics and ambulance staff attended him. We will hear that there was a rather different sequence of events there. And in fact, the paramedics who attended Charlie Rowley did form the view that he was suffering from nerve agent poisoning. But there was then a difference of opinion with police officers who attended. And in very brief summary, the police officers did not accept the diagnosis, the views of the paramedics, and proceeded essentially on the basis that they were content that this was an opiate poisoning, and there were various steps that followed as a result. We will get into all of the detail of that with the people who were there. But again, from your sort of managerial perspective, first of all, let me ask this. Is that something that happens very often, that police officers, or for that matter, a different emergency service, override the clinical views of the attending paramedics?
It is possible, but in my experience, not frequent.
And knowing what you know about what happened that night, is that something that you understand and that you think was reasonable, or do you think, or not?
So from my perspective, I think it's evident that there was a breakdown in the application of the JESIP, the Joint Emergency Service Interoperability Principles, which essentially, where you have a multi-agency response to an incident. The three blue light services in particular should co-locate, they should communicate, which allows them then to jointly coordinate the response, having a shared situational awareness and a joint understanding of the risk, which allows the multi-agency partnership to develop a joint plan to respond to the circumstances that they're facing. On that particular evening, I think there was a breakdown of the application of those principles on this occasion.
Thank you. Mr. Darch, thank you. Those are all the questions I've got for you. There will be some other questions, sir.
Yes, and I've one first, please. In relation to Dawn Sturgess, you've been asked about the impact of being told by a partner present that she wasn't a drug taker. Your ambulance people are dealing with a woman in cardiac arrest. Supposing that it had never occurred to them that there were any drugs might have been involved, would it make any difference to the way that she is managed?
So as I've said, sir, I'm not able to answer the clinical specifics,
right.
But the priority is in dealing with the cardiac arrest to achieve a return of spontaneous circulation.
Which eventually they did.
They did, yes.
As it were, artificially. Yep. All right. Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Mansfield. Mr. Mansfield, there are clearly some questions which you'll need to ask. I've seen the request to do so.
Yes.
I rely on you, with all your experience, to confine them to the things that need to be asked and to bear in mind the difference between requests for information, which will help me, and comment, which will come later.
Yes, I will make that distinction. I'm grateful.
And you'll bear in mind the timetable, but I'm not
Yes.
proposing to break until 11:15. You've got until then.
I will be... What is the time? I think that's within the time framework you have in mind.
So be it.
Good morning. I represent the family of Dawn Sturgess. And the first thing, this is an observation, it's not a question. Just so you see the question, so you see the context. The family do appreciate what the paramedics did to help her, even though in the end, of course, we know what the outcome was. But they do appreciate that and want that known to you. However, they also, and I think you know this from other sources...
Mansfield, forgive me. We're on questions.
Coming now.
Sooner rather than later, please.
Yeah. They also would like to think of the future. So the questions that I have, it's the context for the questions, so you know. First question is really the one you've just finished with. I want to follow that up, if I may, for a minute. Because if we're thinking about the future, we don't want a situation in which two emergency services say one thing, in this case, that in fact it's another Novichok, I'm putting it shortly, and another emergency service, if you like, saying no, overriding it, as you've just been heard, saying it's a drug-related. Now, has there been discussions in order to ensure that this sort of situation doesn't arise at the command level, or any other level for that matter?
Yes.
Right. And is there provision now, I would ask for the public benefit, basically, how is that going to be resolved? At command level, ground level? How's it going to be done?
So we're 6 years down the line now, and the principles of JESIP are, as I understand it, embedded in all of the blue light emergency services, but also across the wider partnership of the Local Resilience Forum, which we heard about earlier on in the week. The national JESIP team routinely undertake assessments of all blue light services periodically throughout the calendar year, which assess whether the principles are embedded or not. My understanding is that the principles of JESIP are now firmly embedded in blue light organisations, and in my experience working at the tactical and the strategic level, particularly in response to the incidents in which we're discussing and other incidents, that is my experience that JESIP is understood, works well when it's utilised. And
in that context, are there practical exercises in which you can monitor whether the understanding is being implemented. In other words, the situation we was confronted in this case won't arise again in the same way.
Yes, both through tabletop and live exercises.
Because one of the things, and this is another general question which reflects back, it's quite clear that after the Salisbury attack, there were, and they're in the documents, I'm not asking for them to be brought up, numerous references to debriefs, are there not?
Yes.
Throughout March, a whole set of dates, and another lot in June. You recall that?
I do.
Now, in relation to those debriefs, this is another aspect, the key learning curve. In any of those debriefs, were the points that have been put to you about the key learning, namely distinguishing between symptoms, signs, and causes, were they discussed? Was training discussed in any of them?
Yes.
Right.
Hang on, Mr. Mansell, that's 2 or 3 questions.
Yes.
Are you on the question of the possible overlap between opiate?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Right. So that's what he wants to know, Mr. Darch. Did any of the debrief documents address the overlap in symptoms and the risk, therefore, of mistaking one for the other?
Yes, they did. And since the Salisbury and Amesbury incidents, there's been a number of changes to national guidance that addresses those, which are detailed within my statement.
And in relation to that, as well as what was happening at the time in March and June, it's a question of compliance and monitoring whether it's actually happening, because you can have a lot of documents, nothing actually happens on the ground. How is the monitoring of this documented information being carried out?
Could you clarify the question? Are you referring to the implementation of the learning from the debrief?
Yes, that's right.
Yes. So from my organisation's perspective, we declared both incidents to our commissioners and to our regional NHS England team as a serious incident. What that means is that we have external oversight and scrutiny of ensuring that the learning is taken forward, is implemented and is embedded. And we are not able to only internally sign off the implementation of that learning. That requires external overview and assurance that that has indeed been taken forward.
Now, one of the key points after Salisbury, which obviously was a shock to everybody's system at that time, I want to ask you about this point, namely, a secondary, not necessarily a secondary incident, but Novichok having been left somewhere, discarded. Now, was that a talking point amongst these briefings that you had?
I recall some conversation at the SCG around the search for potentially missing substance, but I wasn't specifically into the detail of that. And as I've mentioned with regards to the document that we have just reviewed from the Department of Health, I think it was, that wasn't shared with me either.
Were you provided with any advice on this topic, namely the real risk that some has been left either in the Salisbury area or even a little wider than that, because Novichok was found in London?
No,
Traces of...
not that I recall.
Well, I want to ask you, since it's a key learning aspect of this, is it right that at the time we're talking about, that's between the Skripal and the Amesbury events, there were a large number of organisations at your level which had a function of sharing important information in order to inform public and inform first responders, weren't you?
Yes.
Large number of groups, about 7 altogether.
Yes.
Yes. I can run through them, but I don't want to take up a lot of time. But if you agree, there's about 7 of them. And the question I have is, can you explain then how it was then, hopefully not in the future, that the discussion about discarded Novichok, which could affect the local population, wasn't a matter of prioritization or discussion? Can you explain that?
No, and simply because I wasn't involved in those specific conversations. The information, as I've already alluded to, wasn't shared with me.
I mean, did it occur to you personally, I'm not saying it's your responsibility, but whether you, given your situation right here, whether you thought that that was a priority, that there might be more in the city somewhere, and the sooner it's found, the better, but people doing the looking, as well as the public, need to and your first responders need to be aware there could be another incident in that sense.
Of course it was a consideration, and I recall it being a consideration, which is why we circulated the guidance that we did, which I've already discussed today. However, my considerations were in the context of advice at the time from public health experts that the risk was extremely low.
Right, well, I want to deal with that because I'm going to suggest one of the problems after the Salisbury attack was a mindset that because Novichok was rare or virtually unknown, or because nerve agent poisoning was rare, there was a mindset that it wouldn't happen again, wasn't there?
I don't know if there was a mindset that it wouldn't happen again, but I think in the context of the public health advice that the risk was low, But
then, I'm sorry to interrupt, but at that time, straight after the Salisbury attack, was it really being considered that the risk of more being found, not another attack, but being found in Salisbury, was regarded by public health authorities as low risk?
Well, you must tell us about what you understood for your people, Mr. Darch. Public health may have had to think about all manner of things, including, one would have thought, the fact that some of the Novichok which had affected the Skripals might well be around in the area.
Yes.
But what's the answer to the question? Were you applying your people's minds to the risk of not just the stuff being having contaminated other bits of Salisbury or beyond, but the specific risk of discarded material?
Okay, so I don't recall considering specific risk as a result of discarded material,
No.
but I did consider the importance of ensuring that responding crews were aware of the signs, symptoms, and how to treat as such.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
In terms of organophosphate poisoning, of course, in terms of that, there are numerous other ways in which the chair has mentioned fertilizer, but its pesticides can give rise to it, and also flammable retardants can give rise to it, plastics can give rise to it. There's a wide range of sources for poisoning of that kind, is there not?
That's my understanding, yes.
Now, what I want to ask you, backing onto that, is that in relation to making distinctions and understanding signs and symptoms, to your understanding, is there one distinctive feature or sign or symptom that relates to Novichok poisoning as opposed to any of the others? Or are they all very similar?
I think there's significant crossover, as we've previously discussed.
Yes, well, I'm really wanting to ask if the documentation that has been made available to first responders from now on gives them a clear indication that if you see X, then that is Novichok, but if you see Y, it may not be. In other words, making a significant distinctive feature so that somebody can tell on the spot, or at least have a notion.
Is this a question specifically about Novichok or about nerve agents generally?
Well, I'll make it about nerve agents generally.
Right, so the question is there any reliable means of distinguishing on the spot between Novichok or other nerve agent on the one hand and organophosphates from other sources on the other? Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Yes is the answer, and that's contained in updated JRCalc guidelines for clinicians. So in 2018, a terminology called CRESS, which looks at conscious levels and a number of other symptoms, were not included in the clinical guidance at the time. It now is, and it assists clinicians to be able to diagnose and differentiate between different types of toxidrome.
So, to make it clear, it wasn't available at the time of Amesbury, but it is now available.
That's correct.
Now, part of the situation after Salisbury was a number of the members of your organisation, in other words, paramedics, as well as doctors and others, were at Salisbury as well as at Amesbury, were they not?
They were.
So they were in a very strong position, since it had been established by then that it was Novichok, the particular version, at Salisbury. Was there an attempt by you to organise internally gatherings, seminars and practicals involving the people who'd been actually on the ground? Did that happen?
There were a number of sessions that happened that did involve some, not all, of those individuals, yes.
Did you attend those? Do you know what actually happened when they did them?
I didn't in person, no.
All right. Was a record kept of what happened on those occasions?
There should be, yes.
Now, in relation to one particular meeting, I think you went to it, there was a meeting held at Porton Down. That's important, is it not?
It is. I know the meeting you're referring to, sir. I didn't attend it in person.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
I didn't attend that in person, but I'm aware of the meeting.
You're aware of it. There are two questions arising out of that. One is that the meeting took place on the 19th of April 2018, but the report indicating what had been discussed at Porton Down wasn't published until the day after Dawn's death. Did you know that?
I was aware of that.
Can you help us to why that was delayed for that period of time?
I'm afraid I can't. I wasn't involved in the meeting, and it wasn't my document to publish.
No, I appreciate
so I'm unable to help you, I'm afraid.
I'm only asking for information just so we can put it together, as it were. So, were you aware of what in fact was discussed at Porton Down in that period?
No.
Did you become aware once the report was published? Did you read it then?
Yes.
Right. Now, one of the things I want to ask you, because of a witness that's coming, to see whether you know anything about it. And there seems to have been, for some, a reticence to reveal details about Novichok poisoning. Did you run into that difficulty yourself, a reservation about either talking about it or certainly making it public?
Yes, I did.
You did?
Yes.
And where did you run into it? At Porton Down or somewhere else?
No, it was at the SCG. So on the Tuesday, I was informed of an organophosphate poisoning, but the details surrounding Novichok was not shared with me.
was not
Sorry,
shared.
the details surrounding what? The type of material?
The type of material. So I knew it was
Oh, yes.
organophosphate. I didn't know that it was Novichok.
Yes, I understand that. Well, I think one can understand the materials point. But what about, I'm going to put it this way, the presentation of the symptoms and signs, the treatment, which needs to be urgent and so on, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Was that discussed at Porton Down?
He wasn't there.
I wasn't there, so I don't know.
No, but he read the report.
Mr. Mansfield, I'm sorry, there's a limit to how far you can take this with this witness.
No, I appreciate it.
Moreover, you need to keep an eye on the clock.
Yes. Do you also accept, therefore, just in this context, that since you were dealing with it between the two situations, that is, Salisbury and Amesbury, that protection of the public is important?
Yes, I agree.
And I appreciate it's not your responsibility, but you are sitting on 7 different organisations which have a responsibility, each of them, towards the public. Was there any discussion?
Mr. Mansfield, he isn't sitting on any of them.
I'm
Please confine the questions to material, information that this witness can give.
It does.
We don't need, I don't need, it's whether it helps me, this that matters. I do not need repetition of the assertions that have been contained in your questions. I've understood them.
I do understand. The question I would seek to ask is, for the future, if we have a number of organisations such as this, and the protection of the public, as you've agreed, is important, these are matters that need to be discussed at the level of the organisations I haven't read out in detail. It does need to be discussed. Do you agree?
I do.
It's not for him to say. It's for me. It might be for me to say, but it certainly isn't for him to say.
Well, he is a leader in the field. That's the only reason I'm asking. He's a leader and an influential one.
No, please don't argue the point, Mr. Mansfield.
Yeah, all right, I won't. May I just have one moment?
Of course.
Most of the other questions have already been asked by Council that we've submitted, so I don't think there's anything else I wish to ask.
Just check.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Mansfield. Have we finished with Mr. Darch, Mr. O'Connor?
Yes, we have, sir.
Thank you for your help, Mr. Darch. You needn't stay. 11:30, please. Yes, Mr. O'Connor.
So, Deputy Chief Constable Mills is in the witness box, and you will recall that he's already sworn and already familiar.
Yes, you're still on oath, Mr. Mills, of course.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mills, you have already given outline evidence this week about Wiltshire police structures, about the response of the constabulary to the 2018 poisonings, operations Fairline and Fortis, and so on. And we will return in due course, in London, in fact, for you to provide some detailed evidence about Wiltshire Police's response to the Skripal poisonings. The purpose of asking you to come and give evidence today is for you to provide some context, as I said to Mr. Darch, to the evidence we will hear today and tomorrow and early on in our hearings in London about the emergency services response to Dawn Sturgess's poisoning and also Charlie Rowley's poisoning, and some sort of policy level context into which we can put that evidence. And as I said to Mr. Darch, of course, we will ask the witnesses themselves who were there, and we're very conscious that you weren't, about what they did, what they were thinking, what decisions they made. We won't trouble you with those matters. But I'd like to start then, if I may, with the general issue of the training, guidance available, the preparedness, if you like, of Wiltshire Police to face a organophosphate poisoning after the Skripal poisoning.
Which of the statements would you like me to have open, Mr.
So I'm going to be referring, Mr. Mills, to his third statement, the sort of compendious, the summary statement of his earlier two statements.
Is that 6117?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
In fact, Mr. Mills, I would like to start by taking you back to some questions you asked when you gave evidence earlier this week. And I hope that we are going to be able to bring the transcript up on screen. It was Tuesday, the 15th of October. Thank you. And if we could have the internal pages, the small internal pages, 21 and following on screen. Brilliant. So this is just, you were asked some questions by Ms. Whitelaw on this topic, Mr. Mills.
Yes.
I think it's fair to, if we just remind ourselves of what you said then, and then I will ask you some further questions. So you see that the small page numbers at the bottom of the pages. At the bottom of page 21, Ms. Whitelaw said, importantly, the item or items used to deliver the poison in the Skripal poisoning had not been located, and you said no, they hadn't. She went on to say, at the time of Dawn Sturgess's poisoning, indeed, you didn't know in June or July 2018 whether there was a vessel or container that had been discarded still in or around Salisbury or in Wiltshire or in the country. You said, we didn't know. As Whitelaw put it to you, whether you agreed that in those circumstances, Wiltshire police officers ought to have been advised to be particularly alert to any signs of nerve agent poisoning from March 2018 onwards. Then we can read your answer. You gave some context. You referred to a CBRN document, and I'm going to show you in a minute a CBRN document, which I think was the one you were referring to. You said that document said that this was an isolated incident. You referred to the fact that the intelligence and that there wasn't believed to be a further risk. And then I'm just casting my eyes down. If we can go to the page 23, which is at the bottom of the page. Picking it up a couple of lines in, you said, from a local level, yes, I absolutely reflect that we didn't put anything further out. Clearly, police officers are trained in relation to generic responses, but I do believe in hindsight it would have been sensible just to have put some advice and guidance out, just confirming that which was already there. So that was the evidence you gave earlier this week. Thank you. We can take that down. Now, I said that I would bring up what I thought was probably the CBRN document you were referring to in the course of that answer. So could we have on screen, please, INQ 006069. And Mr. Mills, I know you had a look at this document earlier this morning. Is this either the very document that you had in mind or a close relation of it?
I believe, sir, this is the source document, and what I have seen is a secondary document, which in essence is a PowerPoint presentation which covers the main points which are made in this document.
And just to be clear, this was in. We know from other evidence that this document was circulated March, April, I think it was, 2018, certainly between the Skripal poisoning and the Amesbury incident. Do you think you would have seen it during that period?
I haven't seen it up until recently, sir. However, what I can say, to be more precise, is that the version I've seen, the PowerPoint presentation, was dated in March, sir.
Right, so
Not the document, but a PowerPoint presentation of the same material?
Same material,
Oh,
sir, and that was dated in March
2018.
2018.
So the substance was unknown to you in 2018?
No, it was not. No. And I was... sorry, forgive me.
Sorry.
I may have misunderstood that question. Sorry.
Perhaps I'll try that again.
Yes.
We've agreed that you hadn't seen this very document, I think, until this morning, but you'd said that you had seen the substance of it in a PowerPoint demonstration.
Yes, that is recently in the preparations for the public inquiry, sir.
Okay,
So
so
certainly between the material period of the Skripal attack before the attack in Amesbury, I had not seen this document.
I'm grateful. That's now clear. But just to look briefly at this document, because you did pick out some aspects of it in the answer you gave to Ms Whitelaw. First of all, there is the, in red at the top, there is the restricted handling. It's only to go to certain sort of tactical commanders. Perhaps that's why you didn't see it at the time, I don't know.
Yes, certainly in my witness statements, I detail at the time I was not what's called a CBRN commander. My apologies, sir, in relation to, again, all of the acronyms. So chemical, biological, radiological and nuclear commander. In policing, similar to the other emergency services, what you have is a specialism in relation to such events. And that follows what we call the gold, silver and bronze model. So gold strategic, silver is tactical, and bronze is operational. Officers are trained specifically within that discipline, and there's also a course for what's called tactical advisors who actually assist commanders. That's what exists, and this is who this information was meant to be for and circulated to.
Moving on to the paragraph below the red words at the top, and again, this was, you gave us a flavour of this in your answers to Ms Whitelaw earlier this week. We see the assertion that whilst we are aware of no intelligence or information to suggest that this incident, that's the Skripal incident, is anything other than isolated to the identified victims, the National CBRN Centre has a duty to support, strengthen, assure UK capability and resilience to respond to CBRN events. So now you've made it clear now that you didn't see this document back in March 2018, but does that description of the existing intelligence match what you understood to be the case then or not?
Yes, it was my understanding at that point in time that this was an isolated incident, that the Skripals, or indeed Mr Skripal, had been targeted, and there was no more information intelligence that I was aware of, notwithstanding the need-to-know basis, which indicated there was a wider potential threat of a further attack.
Thank you. And then just looking down the page a little more, if we may, do you see that there's a grid, a sort of ready reckoner of signs, symptoms of nerve agent poisoning? As I said to Mr Darch earlier this morning, that one comes across repeatedly in these documents little summaries of the types of symptoms to look out for, not always identical, but there's a common theme to most of them. and here we see another go at trying to condense what the signs or symptoms that might be obvious to responders are.
Yes, I can see that, sir.
I don't want to ask you about the detail of that because you're not a medic, but when you said to Ms. Whitelaw earlier in the week that on reflection it would have been a good idea to circulate to Wiltshire Police some further guidance, just perhaps refreshing and emphasising training that they'd already had. Is it something like this that you would have had in mind or not?
So obviously I'll go back to the top of this document, which is in red, that obviously talks about it not being circulated further without express authority, and obviously then goes on to talk about the symptoms. What I was referring to at that point in time are really sort of three pieces of what I would call core training doctrine. So there's firstly, as was alluded to by Mr. Darch, there's the JESIP principles. Secondly, there is the initial operational response 1, 2, 3 plus, which we heard about from Mr. Darch. That's to assist first responders who may come across a CBRN incident in terms of their decision making. And then there is what I would call a more command level document, and that is, it was issued in 2016. It's the CBRN, it's JOP, but the JOP stands for Joint Operating Principles. And there are 24 of those. And again, they come together with the JESIP principles to help the emergency services work together if there is a potential CBRN incident to help guide the response.
So is your evidence now, Mr. Mills, we've understood that no guidance was sent to police officers between March and June 2018. Is your evidence now that looking back, you don't think it was a good idea to send out some guidance to police officers on what to look out for in terms of signs and symptoms of nerve agent poisoning?
No, I'm not saying that, sir. I think there's firstly three fundamental core pieces of training doctrine which we should have reminded our officers and staff of. However, what I reflected on Tuesday was, in hindsight, it would have been helpful for us, notwithstanding, as we've heard this morning, this crossover with symptoms with opiate poisoning, to have put these out as well to help and assist decision makers if they were to come across such an incident in the future.
So the first, you JESIP, job and so on, about advice to your frontline policemen, wherever they may be, about symptoms. You follow?
Yeah, I think 2 points, if I may.
Did you have this information about the likely symptoms?
It was in the CBRN community. So as I explained, the gold, silver, bronze commanders who are specialists in this area and the tactical advisors, building on my evidence from Tuesday, in hindsight, I think we should have pushed back against the element which is in red there to provide some advice and guidance around signs and symptoms that may assist officers or staff who had to attend such a potential incident in the future, notwithstanding that the likelihood was considered low.
I mean, tell us if you can't answer this question, Mr. Mills, but there's nothing sensitive about the signs and symptoms of organophosphate poisoning, is there?
No, there's not. Looking at those, sir, not at all.
Thank you. We can take that down. Can I go now to your witness statement, please? And it's page 29 of that statement, if we may.
Yes.
And we see at the head of that page, it's headed Policies and Guidance. And at paragraph 124, you record that you've been asked to, if any internal policies or guidance were distributed within Wiltshire Police, advising on the symptoms of nerve agent poisoning, how to respond to them. And then at paragraph 125, you say this: due to the unique and exceptional circumstances relating to the targeted attack on the Skripals and the absence of any intelligence or information to indicate the likelihood of any further nerve agent-related incidents, Wiltshire Police did not proactively provide any advice to officers and staff who may attend any subsequent reported future incidents which could be linked to the symptoms of Novichok or a wider poisoning. So the statement there, we've already established no guidance sent out, and further down the page, we'll come to it, there's a passage where you describe, as you said to Miss Whitelaw, you wish you had.
Yes.
But just coming back to paragraph 125, if we may, I want to ask you about that word unique. Was the Wiltshire Police understanding after the Skripal poisoning that it was properly to be regarded as a unique incident, in the sense it had happened, it was very rare, and that nothing like that was going to happen again?
So, if I may, sir, and sorry to depart from the statement, but I do think in my first statement at page 51, paragraph 182, it is worthwhile me just setting out again nationally what happened in policing further to the attack on the Skripals, because I think it goes to some of the elements you spoke about.
Mr. Mills, do you mind if you just answer my question first, which you've used the word unique about the Skripal incident in that statement that we're just looking at. Was it the understanding and the approach of Wiltshire Police during this period that the Skripal poisoning was a one-off, not to be repeated event, or not?
So it was my understanding at that point in time this was targeted against the Skripals. And again, the information that I was talking about was circulated to policing, which says it should be made clear there is no information to indicate any further threat from the agent at this time. This was circulated by Deputy Assistant Lucy Dorsey to all 43 police forces in England and Wales. Clearly, further to what we've been discussing in the last number of days, what that doesn't talk about is the potential for a discarded item in terms of the administration of the poison to be picked up.
Yes, and you make a similar point just further on in that same paragraph. You talk about an absence of intelligence or information to indicate the likelihood of any further nerve agent-related incidents. I'm going to come to ask you about the discarded container in due course. But we've also heard, Mr. Mills, that at this time, March, April, there was a great activity in Salisbury working on what you describe as consequence management, looking for scenes that were contaminated, decontamination when those scenes were discovered. Doesn't it follow from all of that, leaving aside any intelligence about future targeted attacks, but surely it follows from all of the activity that was going on in relation to suspected and actual contaminated scenes? I mean, there must have been a possibility of another incident, mustn't there?
Clearly there was, and hence the tragic death of Miss Sturgess. In relation to my role, and I can only talk about my role, firstly as the corporate witness of Wiltshire Police, and then secondly as the Strategic Coordination Group Chair, we didn't have specific information to indicate there was a likelihood of another attack, and I think attack is an important word at that point in time. And then in relation to my role in the partnership setting as the multi-agency chair, again, clearly there is a degree of foreseeability as we look back at this now, that was not something that we were actively discussing within the Strategic Coordination Group. And the final element of that, I would say, sir, is around that role of working with different colleagues. So very early on, we established that working with public health colleagues, they would inform us of the risk and the appropriate communications to put out relative to that risk which was assessed. And forgive me, but final point on this would be, I'd take us back to what I said on Tuesday around that local meets national structures. So at a local level, I have the scientific advisory cell assisting me, but they were receiving help and assistance from what was called SAGE, sir, which you'll remember is a scientific advisory group in an emergency. And really, you've got two elements going on there in consideration of the here and now risk, but also potential future risk.
Can I move to a related subject? And we need to go back to the witness statement, please. We were just looking at paragraph 125. And if we could go on to the next paragraph, paragraph 126. Second sentence, 3 lines down, you say, in relation to identifying specific Novichok symptoms, as detailed in the expert medical reports to the inquiry, there are a number of similarities and crossovers between the medical signs and symptoms of a Novichok poisoning versus that of an opioid drugs poisoning. And so we're back in territory that we've heard about already this morning. But can I ask you this? Was that something that you were aware of in March, April 2018?
It's difficult, sir, with the passage of time. These are 6 years' worth of incidences. What I was aware of, as I put within my statement, that the only place at that point in time that it could be identified that someone had been subject of a nerve agent attack was in a hospital setting. This is conclusively further to drugs work which had been undertaken. So I was
That's where you can make the diagnosis in
Yes.
a particular case. The question is whether you were at that time, March, April, aware of what I'm loosely going to call the crossover point.
By definition, sir, that incident number 1 was initially assessed as a fentanyl incident in relation to the Skripals, and then subsequently over the course of that 4-day period then went from that initial hypothesis to Novichok. I was aware at that level that it was quite difficult to identify in the early stages of this what somebody had actually been infected with.
I see.
So just to be clear, no one is or could possibly expect, well, even paramedics and certainly not police officers as first responders, accurately to diagnose these things. The learning, as you say from the Skripal incident, is that to be aware of the risk that something that looks like it might be an opiate poisoning could be something else.
Yeah, 100%, sir.
And is that something that, well, I think, just let me ask you this, is that something, that learning, something that was disseminated to Wiltshire police officers in March, April, May 2018?
I return to my previous points. No, it wasn't, sir.
And do you think it ought to have been?
And again, I return to my previous responses on this. In hindsight, I think we should have put some advice and guidance out to staff, reaffirming their training, as I've spoken about, in relation to IOR, specifically steps 1, 2, 3, because that is the doctrine that's in place. And it would have been sensible to additionally have put something out high level, as we saw in the document you showed me earlier, which details, notwithstanding they're not medically trained, the types of symptoms that may present in a secondary incident.
Well, yes, but there's something else, isn't there? There's the symptoms of organophosphate poisoning, such as that grid we saw a moment ago. That is existing training, if you like, certainly for paramedics. But there's this specific learning point which emerged from the Skripal case very clearly, that there is a risk of crossover. Now, that's not something we find in the CBRN document. My question to you is whether that is an additional thing that ought to have been, with hindsight, disseminated to Wiltshire officers.
I'm cautious in relation to that, sir, I have to say, and I go back to the doctrine which is in place and the IOR doctrine, because what it doesn't do, and specifically now as a CBRN commander, I'm aware of this, is start talking about symptoms. When you read it, what it starts talking about is the number of people actually presenting, and it's unclear why they potentially have become unwell. And I think that's helpful for frontline responders, because what it's asking them to do is to work through the steps, to consider how many people are presenting and whether or not it's unexplained, and then give some advice around how they should actually proceed going forward. I think for the police service that is appropriate. When you start getting much further than that, you're going outside of what actually policing is there to actually do.
Well, we will come a little bit later in my questioning to what actually happened with Charlie Rowley and the actions of the police there, and we may come back to the question then of whether they would have benefited from being told about the risks of confusing opiate poisoning with nerve agent poisoning. But we'll come back to that, Mr. Mills. I'd like now to show you some documents about, I said I would come back to the issue of the discarded container. And the context for these questions is the evidence we will recall that you gave to Ms Whitelaw earlier in the week about your role in the follow-up, if I can put it that way, to the Skripal poisoning, chair of the SCG. Consequence management was a term that you used, was it not?
Yes, it was, sir.
Let's look, first of all, if we may, at document INQ 004837. Now, we'll see here, this is the minutes of SAGE on the 9th of March, so the Friday after the poisoning on the Sunday.
Yes.
Now, just to be clear, you weren't, on this occasion or ever, I think, someone who attended SAGE.
I never attended SAGE.
In this period that we're talking about, did you receive SAGE minutes?
No, I did not.
When you were giving evidence to Ms Whitelaw in the week, you talked about your own scientific advisory group, which I think had the acronym STAC.
That's correct.
In general terms, can you remind us of what the relationship, first of all, what STAC was and what its relationship to SAGE was?
Yes, certainly. So one of the first things that I did in both incidences, and this is standard practice around how you would look to respond to anything where there was particular scientific or technical considerations, is I appointed at a local level the STAC. So just to remind all of us, it's the Science Technological Advisory Cell, so sits locally, was chaired by the local representative from Public Health England, with some other members on there as well. And the role at a local level was to assist me in terms of scientific considerations and understanding. Just to put that into context, at the closure report for Operation Fairline, I asked for a summary report from the chair, and it detailed that they'd considered over 50 thematic issues, subdivided down to 125 thematic scientific issues as a result of the response. So in normal circumstances, if this was isolated, and I'll perhaps take it outside of what we're dealing with today. So let's say a fire, there's a big fire in the centre of Salisbury. There may be issues in relation to the plume from the fire. What I would look to do is I would call on the local STAC, and I would ask them for advice around, do we need to evacuate, those sorts of things. That's at the local level in what I would call a normal major incident response. We'll obviously go on to then talk about the levels due to the uniqueness of this that had to be put in above that.
All right. Well, with that in mind, let's look at this document, and we can see then, at a meeting really within days of the Skripal poisoning, we see from the minutes at point 2, under the heading Public Health Issues, point C with it below that, or rather, perhaps I'll just read paragraph 2. It was agreed that there are currently 3 public health areas of risk that need to be addressed as individual priorities for police and others. And then the third of those is where the substance has been deliberately placed but as yet undiscovered. Now, Salisbury and the surrounding area may, of course, not have been the only location in which Novichok could have been deliberately placed, but will you agree it was certainly a leading contender?
Yes, absolutely.
Perhaps the most obvious place where
it goes to the principles
left.
of searching. You start from the point of the crime scene and work outwards.
Yeah.
You have described your public health consequence management role both in the SCG and also just now with the STAC. Were you aware that the week after the poisoning, SAGE identified as one of the 3 public health issues questions around where the substance had been deliberately placed?
No, I was not.
Did you work it out for yourself?
I've reflected on this, sir. I think very much the work that we were doing at the local level was focused on the consequence management around the impact of this incident. So just to give an example, in incident number 1, we had to do things like contact tracing, whereby there was over, I think it was 350 odd people that we had to contact trace around people that may have come into contact with this. But in terms of that forward-facing element, no, we did not discuss anything in relation to the forward-facing risk, which is identified there at points 2B and C.
I'm going to come...
2C, should I say?
It's C, isn't it?
2C.
We can label it discard.
Yes.
I'm going to come in a moment and show you the reasonable worst-case scenario document that I showed Mr. Darch, and I think you were in the room at the time, so you'll know what's coming. But just before we leave this document, do you think it would have helped you performing your duties on the SCG to have been kept in the loop on Sage's thinking on this matter?
Yes, I do, sir, and I think there's a contextual bit here as well around the dates, the 9th of March. So, again, in my first big statement, if I can call it that, probably poor terminology, what I talk about is early on trying to get this connection from what normally is just a localised stack up into Sage around what was incredibly difficult scientific advice. One of the reasons that the Health Emergency Response Cell was put in place, I believe I'm correct around the dates here, sir, but I believe it's around the 12th of March, was to try and get that join up. So this meeting had obviously already taken place before that. But yes, absolutely, I'm sat there as the SCG chair. One of my responsibilities locally is around working with partners around the public health risk. To have known that that thinking was going on would have been very, very helpful. And indeed, you can see that in incident number 2, where sadly the events in relation to Miss Sturgess and Miss Rowley have taken place. We then had very quickly putting in place through public health nationally advice around if you didn't drop it, don't pick it up. And again, our job at the local level was then to what I would call operationalise that and get it out into the community.
Do you think if you'd been aware of this sort of thinking as early as a week after the first instance, that type of advice, if you didn't drop it, don't pick it up, might have come earlier and in fact before the Amesbury incident?
Yes, and I sit here 6 years later, and yes, I now think it's an obvious question, isn't it? You go through the search activity, which has been undertaken. If you get to the point then that you exhaust that and you can't reasonably find it, then it is absolutely an obvious question, is it not, around, okay, what is the risk here now to the public, and what can we reasonably do to try and mitigate that risk?
Did you just say search activity?
Yes, which was undertaken by counter-terrorism policing, sir. So
not your force, but it was going on, was it, around you?
So just to give you some further detail on that, sir. So you've heard from Mr. Murphy, and we'll hear from Mr. Murphy again. So he was leading an investigation, a criminal investigation. Within that, he would have had, talking on his behalf, a search strategy. And Wiltshire Police's job, and you can see it from my strategic objectives, is to assist him in terms of the delivery of that. So what did that look like in practice? I believe we did give him what's called a, acronyms, PULSAR, which is a police search advisor to assist him and his team. And we would have also, we have trained people that can do searching. We would have assisted in terms of providing some resource to assist him around what that strategy was and how we delivered that.
Well, if there's a search going on, what are you searching for?
So I think it goes to point 2C, doesn't it?
It does.
100%.
Well, it sounds like it anyway.
Yes, yeah. Obviously, clearly a question for Mr. Murphy, but we're searching for what has been brought into the United Kingdom, has been placed ultimately what we understand on the door handle, and then potentially, as one of the hypotheses, has been disposed of or discarded of before the individuals left the country.
Correct.
I suppose the question is what, I mean, you've said that you would have been assisted. We'll come on to the reasonable worst case scenario document, but you've said you would have been assisted to have known about Sage's thinking as demonstrated in these minutes. But what would it actually have added to your knowledge or understanding of the situation, given that you knew there were searches going on?
I think it's quite a difficult one to answer, but my responsibility working with all of the different partners is to think through the risk. The reason that I asked for a summary closure report at the end of Operation Fairline from the Stack Chair was they had as I've touched on, these 125 sort of different thematic issues that they dealt with, or sub-thematic issues. What I wanted to assure myself of at that point in time, that we hadn't left any of those, we hadn't completed the loop on any of them. So absolutely, if I'd have been aware of that, and that would have featured locally, that would have been a question to ask ourselves quite early on. What are we doing to actually mitigate this risk?
Well, let's move to look at this other document, which we've already seen once this morning. So, if we may, it's IMQ 004704. You were watching as we looked at it, Ms Mills, so we can take it fairly briefly. But if we go to the second page, we'll remind ourselves that this was described as a reasonable worst-case scenario. Are you familiar with that, with the term reasonable worst-case scenario?
High level, sir. Yeah, not in the context of the response to this incident.
Have you seen before a situation in which someone comes up with a hypothetical set of events which are to be used as a basis for planning for an incident in the future?
Not in my training, sir, but I'm aware of the concept.
You're aware of the concept, you've seen this document, and we looked this morning with Mr. Darch towards the bottom of this page, and against number 2, the accidental discovery of a discarded source material by humans, and the details of the scenario then quite alarming. 6 members of the public exposed, up to 4 emergency services personnel also exposed, 1 fatality, 9 other casualties, and so on. Obviously, it's just a scenario, but that is what these analysts came up with. And then if we go to the next page, we see the grid. And at the top, underneath where it says, it says consequence management, and then again, the following consequence management issues are identified for the health sector for both scenarios, which includes accidental discovery of a discarded container by a human. Now, first of all, the same question again, or 2 questions. Did you see this document at the time?
I've never seen this document up until the last 24 hours.
And do you think that in performing your duties in the SCG and more generally in consequence management in Wiltshire after the Skripal poisoning, it would have been helpful to have seen this document?
Yes, I believe that it would, because again, it comes back to risk assessment, doesn't it? What is the risk which is presented, both in terms of the initial response, but also potential forward-facing risk?
It's fair to say that this document focuses itself on health provision and health support, so not a police piece of analysis. But is it right that your SCG group covered health considerations?
Yes, it is, yes. At a local level.
And just looking at the top line or set of lines on this table against first response, and we looked with Mr. Darch at the action required bullet points on the right-hand side. Learning from the 4th of March should be rapidly disseminated to ensure effective and safe first response. Your police force would be likely to be a frontline responder in any second event just as much as the ambulance service, would it not?
Yes, agreed.
And I ask, had you seen this document, would it have perhaps given you thought about providing some further guidance of the type we were discussing 10 minutes ago to your officers, drawing on the learning from the Skripal incident?
Sorry, sir, I interrupted you. I think what we see here is a read across. So we see a read across to the national CBRN advice, which came out that we looked at, one of the first documents this morning in my session, which talks about reinforcing the IOR, which is the steps 1, 2, 3 plus, and remove, which again is protocols that come from the CBRN world. So that did take place limited to the CBRN community, but again, returning to the point that I've spoken about, yes, in relation to Wiltshire Police as an entity, thinking about what more could we have done to actually inform our first responders, then absolutely I reiterate that in hindsight it would have been sensible for us to provide it in addition to IOR and remove some advice around signs, symptoms.
I mean, just generally, before I move on, Mr. Mills, perhaps we could go back to the first page of this document. This is the email which attached the reasonable worst-case scenario and the grid that we've just been looking at. But we can see, if we just zoom in on the text of the email, that whoever it was in the Department of Health and Social Care who put this together and then sent it to someone, suggests that this is not forwarded further than necessary. Now, I think you've already made it clear that you would have been helped by this document. In due course, the Chair is going to have to think about any recommendations that he might want to make. In general terms, do you think that there was a problem in the response to the Skripal poisoning, that information within all the different organisations that were responding wasn't shared as widely and as fully as it should have been?
So I touch on in my first statement that I'm going to use, hopefully not poor terminology, but I would describe it in that first sort of 10 days, the responsibility of the local stack around providing scientific advice meets actually the national advice which was being considered, or national considerations that were considered at SAGE, felt a little bit clunky, and you can see me proactively raise that as an issue, and certainly over the course of the first weekend, what I look to do is work with partners from the Home Office to try and bring together something which will try and bridge this gap, which ultimately ends up being the HERC.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to...
Just before you leave that topic, Mr. Mills, this is something which, for all I know, may be addressed subsequently, but you were there. What was the effect on the public in Salisbury of the events of the 4th of March?
Significance at a number of levels. I think firstly, I would use the word fear around what they were seeing, because this was very visual around the number of sites that we had to lock down, the resources that we needed to then lock those down, and then the activity which needed to take place within those in terms of visual CBRN response. So I think fear is the first one, and then there's probably some wider ones around actually the wider impact on things such as the economy in terms of local businesses, etc. And they subsequently became the work of the recovery group, which I set out earlier on in this week to try and pick up some of those issues. But before that, what we certainly have in policing is we have something called a community impact assessment, sir.
Yes.
And that's looking at actually what is the impact here at the local community and what can we do to try and assess what that is, but also bridge the gap. So to give you some practicalities with that, what we were doing through the Police Gold Commander was putting in place visibility, things like mobile police stations. We also did joint patrols with local public health officials. We had leaflets made up, and we had all of these officers that are on cordons who could actually be not just standing there, but actively providing information to the public. Those sorts of things were the types of things that we tried to do to mitigate the impact of this.
Right. And was there or was there not, I have absolutely no idea, any discussion about where the balance lay between warning members of the public on the one hand and reassuring them on the other?
In terms of discussion around that, no, but absolutely a consideration. What we also held was a number of public meetings where we had representatives from the emergency services, from Public Health England, from Wiltshire Council, and I sat on a number of those. And it is a balance, and it also became a balance around scenes as well, because the more scenes that you have, notwithstanding it wouldn't have stopped us, the impact on the public at that point in time in terms of the fear factor grows every single time that you take that activity. So back to your point, sir, around balance, absolutely there was a balance in that regard.
When, after the Amesbury incident, you issued the warning, homely warning to people, if you haven't dropped it, don't pick it up, you've told us that that hadn't been considered before the Amesbury incident. That's right, is it?
That's right, sir.
So it wasn't a question of it having been thought about and decided that it might be alarmist or anything like that?
Certainly not at the local level, sir. I can't account for the national level.
No, right here. And after Amesbury, was there any discussion about the as it were, the pluses and minuses of giving that advice, or was it all plus?
So could you just reframe that for me, sir?
Certainly, yes. When, after Amesbury, you issued that homely advice, was the thinking that there was no difficulty about it, it was obvious, or was there any discussion about possible pluses and possible minuses in doing it?
Yeah, there wasn't a discussion about pluses or minuses, sir. You can see with
There was or there wasn't?
There wasn't, sir.
There wasn't.
Sorry.
No, that's what
Yes.
I thought.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want, Mr Mills, to move on to two last issues. They're related. The first is the question of Wiltshire Police's understanding in sort of June 2018 of Charlie Rowley's involvement in drugs. And I can do this, I think, by going to your statement, please, the same statement, 6117, and starting on page 8. I'm just going to direct your attention to certain paragraphs and ask if they are accurate. Mr Mills. Before we do this, we will recall your clear statement in evidence of Ms Whitelaw that we are talking about Charlie Rowley. As far as Dawn Sturgess was concerned, you indicated that the suggestion at the time that she was a known drugs user was inaccurate and shouldn't have been made.
That is correct, sir.
But let's now focus on Charlie Rowley and paragraph 27 of the witness statement. You deal, do you not, with his criminal record in relation to drugs, and you say he had numerous convictions for possession of Class A and C drugs.
That's correct, sir.
And then at paragraph 28, I'm not going to read it out, but the point made there is that two of the officers who were in fact involved in the events, in fact both of them will come and give evidence themselves, in slightly different ways were aware, had a background knowledge of Charlie Rowley's involvement in drugs.
That's correct, sir.
And then if we look down to paragraph 30, you refer to intelligence reports, in other words, not convictions, but pieces of information that had come into the police's possession. You say between January 2017 and July 2018, 17 separate intelligence reports relating to Charlie Rowley and the purchase, supply and consumption of controlled Class A drugs, namely heroin and crack cocaine. So not things that had been established in court, but intelligence that you had received.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Now, as I said, relatedly, I now, and I think finally, want to ask you some questions about the Wiltshire Police response to the Amesbury event, and in particular to Charlie Rowley becoming unwell. And if we can go, please, to page 10 of your witness statement. We will recall that you were asked some questions again about this incident by Ms Whitelaw, and she took you up to a certain point in the narrative, and you looked with her at some of the logs that were created that evening.
Yes.
Again, I'll try and go through the witness statement and summarise the position and then ask you about them. But if we can pick it up at paragraph 37, please. We see that at 18:58, Wiltshire Police received a call from the fire service asking if they were going to attend what appeared to be a hazmat incident. And the police's position was that they weren't being asked to attend at that stage.
That was our understanding.
Then if we look down at paragraph 38, a few minutes later at 19:02, Police Communication Centre received a call from the ambulance service. This was the one about the special job, talking about two patients displaying excess drooling, sweating, unresponsive. and the ambulance service, we see at the bottom of that paragraph at that point saying there was going to be a significant response from them and the fire service.
That's correct.
If we can look over, please, paragraph 39. A few minutes after that, so 7 minutes after that, this is 1909, the fire service, on this occasion, call again. They're talking about this incident. At that stage, police attendance was not required. Yeah?
That's correct.
Then, at paragraph 40, you refer to the fact that the force incident manager that evening, Inspector Andy Noble, who we infer was in that headquarters and was aware of the calls that had been coming in, undertook a background search, or maybe asked others to undertake a background search on the address, which revealed recent intelligence relating to drugs connected to the occupant of the property, that is Charlie Rowley. And as a result, he, that is Inspector Noble, directed that police should attend and officers were dispatched.
That's correct.
And then, I think that may have been as far as the story you got with the story with Ms. Whitelaw. So let's take it on, please, to paragraph 41. A few minutes after that, the ambulance service, this time, made further contact with the communications centre, stated that the patients were presenting with similar symptoms to the Salisbury incident, so for the first time, I think, raising a concern about nerve agent expressly. So the fire service were now in attendance and were treating the incident as if there was a suspicious substance at the location. The ambulance service requested that cordons were put in place and for a police commander to lead with the fire ambulance a JESIP response. The police call handler said this would be added to the log, passed to their boss, that's Inspector Noble.
Yes, that's correct.
And then we see his response in the next paragraph. Based on the intelligence, Inspector Noble formed the opinion that this incident was most likely owing to drugs. He noted the apparent nervousness of the other emergency services, but remained of the opinion that this was drug-related and was to be treated as such.
Correct.
Now, Mr. Mills, I'm very well aware that the story continued, and we will be hearing all about it from those who were involved, D.S. McCurley, the officers at the hospital, Dr. Dukes, and so on. But I just want to ask you about this stage of the decision-making process, and in particular, Inspector Noble's decision at that point not to treat this incident as a suspected nerve agent incident, but simply to instruct that it be treated as a drugs incident. And I want to ask you about the JESIP principles. And if we can go back in your statement, please, to page 5. You have set them out there. And what I want to suggest to you is that that decision, which we have just seen by Inspector Noble, really didn't comply with any of the JESIP principles. Because what JESIP requires is, first of all, co-location. Inspector Noble took his decision from his headquarters, communication, coordination, a joint understanding of the risk, and shared situational awareness. And what I suggest is that really Inspector Noble simply seems to have countermanded the concerns of the ambulance service and the fire brigade without doing any of those things. He simply formed a view, having read some intelligence reports, and didn't engage or discuss or really make any attempt jointly to understand the situation with the other services involved. Is that fair or not?
So there are elements within the log, the police log on this, which refers to the summary that we're talking about. So he talks about the use of IOR 123 and safety advice to first responders. He talks about considering a site survey, and then after that potentially looking at fire undertaking a site survey, and then CBRN tactical advice. I'm in agreement with you around the application of the JESIP principles. Really, for me, that's the first part of what kicked in there with Inspector Noble was it was right for him to have a hypothesis.
Sorry, say that again. Say that again, that last bit.
It was right for him to have a hypothesis based upon the intelligence which he'd read, sir.
Yes.
And at that point in time, we have resources that are going to the scene that have further information over and above what we've spoken about to date in the chronology. So if I deal with the respective elements of it, so I do deal with this in my supplementary statement. So the co-location bit for me, that would be at the scene. It's often called what's referred to as a blue light huddle. And I know we're not going much further than Inspector Noble here, but what you would have expected at the scene was this blue light huddle to come together. And that would have been the fire commander on the scene. It would have been Acting Police Sergeant McCurley, because he was the most senior one on the scene at that point. And it would have been the ambulance commander. And they would have co-located together. So moving on from that, they would have communicated.
Just pausing there,
Yes.
if I may. So what your expectation would have been that when Sergeant McCurley arrived at the scene, he would have sought out the ambulance and fire brigade commanders, discussed with them, tried to understand their concerns, and attempted to reach a joint decision of the risk.
Yes, and I'm just briefly going to refer to there, which what I'd call a triangle of considerations in relation to JESIP. So the first one is, as absolutely set out as 16, those are the main principles of JESIP. The second, what they call core component, is something called methane, which I would say that's a descriptive. I can say what it is if you wish to. If I perhaps describe it as, it's a descriptor early on around shared situational awareness around whether it's a major incident, if so, what type of incident it is, number of casualties, types of emergency services that are required. But really, really critical to this, and I think this is critical throughout everything that you will consider from this point onwards, is the joint decision-making model. And that has 5 elements, which I'll briefly run through. And it comes back to this co-location communication element, that you consider what's the information and intelligence that we have available. So that would have been from the initial incident in relation to Miss Sturgess. It would have been in relation to what the police were aware of in terms of the drugs intelligence, and it would have been the assessment of the commanders from fire and ambulance at the scene, and then latterly, as we go through this chronology, what we were hearing from the hospital. For me, that was the critical information and intelligence which was available to actually jointly come together to consider how do we actually move forward in this circumstance.
So if we, in due course, we hear evidence from the paramedics who had formed their clinical judgment that this was a nerve agent case, if we hear evidence that the police officers who arrived on the scene were dismissive of their concerns, your view would be that that was quite wrong, would it?
So what I refer to in my statement, I think I used the term that the police officers were overly confident. I don't believe it was wrong for them to have a hypothesis based upon the recent intelligence that they were aware of through the single lens of the police service in Wiltshire, that this potentially could have been a drugs-related incident. However, applying JESIP, if we look back at the principles, back to the blue light huddle, they needed to communicate with their fellow first responders to understand what was the other information in intelligence which was available.
And not just other intelligence that is available, but if a police officer meets a clinician who has reached a clinical judgment in a case, that's something that they're bound to give great weight to, isn't it?
It's certainly a consideration for them, but I think it is a two-way process whereby it is also contingent upon the police service to share what information that it has to inform that joint understanding and joint situational awareness. It is only through, and many of this guidance around JESIP is brought about from the learning of other major incidences. It is only by having that shared situational awareness that collectively what the guidance says is commanders should come together and agree what steps should actually be taken.
I'm going to just make one last, I'm going to ask you one last question, because we will hear from the officers who were there and the paramedics about how the situation developed and whether there was that joint discussion or not. But what we know now, with hindsight, is that the paramedics were right, yes, and that this was a nerve agent incident, and that in fact the police officers who, as we may hear insisted that it be dealt with as a drugs incident were wrong. We know that, don't we?
Yes, we do. Yes.
And we also know that as a result of that state of affairs, police officers from your force, Wiltshire police officers, were instructed to, and did, go into that flat and undertake a search of it. And as we know from the evidence we heard yesterday, that was a flat which not only contained a bottle of Novichok inside it, but had been contaminated in various areas by Novichok. Yes?
Absolutely, sir.
And so, in fact, what took place was something just as dangerous, if not more dangerous, than the search of Christie Miller Road 4 months earlier, except that on that occasion, that recent occasion, the police officers had actually been warned that it was a nerve agent scene, but went ahead anyway.
So two elements to that, sir. At the centre of the joint decision-making model is the principle of working together to save lives and reduce harm. That is absolutely why, in terms of that scene element, that co-location, the blue light huddle, was really important that took place. Because we also have to overlay the initial operational response. So that talks about 1, 2, 3 that I spoke about. And number 2, so what do we have at this point in time? We have 2 casualties, 1 in the morning, 1 in the evening. What the IOR actually says is, based upon that, is to proceed with normal protocols, but with caution. And again, this comes back to the centre of this around the communication element. It is only by the respective commanders having that conversation and communicating that we agree collectively how we should proceed and actually move forward.
That's what should happen.
That's what my statement refers to. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mills. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mansfield.
Yes. I'll just take that up, yeah. Good afternoon, officer. I represent the family of Dawn Sturgess, and I want to, if I may, just some follow-up points arising from matters you've mentioned. Can I deal with the last one first, as it did with the last witness? This is for the purposes of the future. It's one thing to have a hypothesis. You mentioned the police are entitled to have a hypothesis. The problem is, if that hypothesis becomes set in concrete and determines a situation, it can be very dangerous, can't it? And I want to see whether a position that was faced in here, if you have a police officer or senior officers forming a view, a strong view that it's drug-related, but you've got 2 other emergency services thinking otherwise, particularly as they were, certainly the paramedics, they'd been at Salisbury, so they knew what it would look like. If you have a disagreement of that kind, then you have a discussion. How is this resolved? In other words, the police stick to their view that in fact it's drug-related, and the others stick to their view. What happens in the protocols for the future?
So in relation to what we were dealing with at the time, that was the importance of JESIP, the joint decision-making model. At this point in time, we're only dealing with hypotheses because we could have nothing more than hypotheses at that point, plus a clinical diagnosis.
Yeah, but come on. What he's asking is this. JESIP requires consultation on the spot.
Yes.
Joint decision-making. What happens if you have 2 irreconcilable views?
Then that comes back to the heart of JESIP. It's around actually communicating. It's around commanders being together and using the information intelligence. What comes after that is a threat assessment. And also considers what's the powers and policies in place here. So the key powers and policies that should have been considered was that under the joint operating principles for CBRN, one of the first ones in it says any of the emergency services can consider that they're dealing with a potential CBRN incident, and then the IOR should be put in place. And that really should have then led to everything.
That becomes a priority.
Yes. Yes.
And takes precedence over the other, because there are risks if you don't do it. Is that right? Because of cordons, other people, the public being involved, people going in the flat.
Yes.
If there's a possibility that it's a chemical incident, I'm putting it shortly, then that takes precedence from now on. So this situation that occurred in this case won't occur again.
Well, since then, we've continued, as you heard from Mr. Darch, across the emergency services and the local resilience forum to embed JESIP. So some of the learning coming out of the learning reports was around further embedding that not only across the emergency services and the local resilience forum, but also across other partner agencies. So we've done a lot of that. And again, as Mr. Darch referred to, again, looking to embed JESIP. I mean, it's really the heartbeat of a civil contingencies response, to embed it such that it becomes second nature to not only first responders, but also commanders.
Right, that's one matter. Another matter, please. It relates to this situation and the use of intelligence. May I just ask you this? Since that day, has there been a review conducted by Wiltshire Police on the whole of this incident in relation to the use of intelligence, its reliability, robust approach, those sort of questions? Has there been a discussion along those lines?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Why not?
Because in relation to intelligence and information in the police service, it basically has a grading structure which is set nationally. So let's say you get a piece of information or intelligence in, it's given that grading, and then really the mechanisms exist in relation to the JDM. Number one is information intelligence. It's to consider what potential information intelligence you have set against what other information intelligence is available. So we haven't undertaken a review. I don't believe there was a requirement to undertake such a review.
Yes, the question really is whether you've reviewed it in the light of the fact that intelligence can be, and was in this case, as far as Dawn's concerned, you've apologised for it, wrong.
Yeah, the intelligence wasn't wrong. The assessment that it led to was wrong for that first period of time in terms of the response.
There was no intelligence about Dawn Sturgess.
He's always said that, Mr. Mansfield. There's no question of there being bad intelligence about Dawn. There was intelligence about the house and about Rowley's friends and relations, and a deduction was made to apply it to Dawn.
And the question really is, has a review been made that that is a risky approach to a situation where the officers concerned are not medics?
No, there hasn't, sir. They're not medics, and officers every single day, we happening now, have to consider information intelligence to help inform response.
Yes, I understand. The position now, and I'm going to ask this as a general question, are Wiltshire police officers being trained and informed about the presentation and treatment of Novichok cases?
No, they're not, sir.
Whose decision is that?
So I'll return to my evidence earlier. If we look at the structure of policing nationally, we have the National CBRN Centre that sits across the police service, the ambulance service and fire service. Part of the review, or the various reviews that took place, was for the CBRN Centre to consider whether or not there was a requirement for any specific further information, further to the learning coming out of this. And as it stands at this moment in time, what is available to the police service is still the IOR 123 plus steps and also the CBRN joint operating principles. They still exist today.
Is that matter being reviewed in the light of the MI5 indication last week of what's going to happen on the streets of the United Kingdom? Is that matter being reviewed that police officers on the front line need training in these matters?
That's well beyond this inquiry, Mr. Mansfield.
Well,
no.
To help the inquiry?
No, Mr. Bills, you didn't answer.
No, all right.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So does it follow from your answer that you yourself have not been trained or informed about the presentation and treatment of Novichok cases?
But through my lived experience, I'm aware of what that looks like. But in relation to specifically, have I had anything that has come centrally from the National CBRN Centre as not only as a police commander, but also a CBRN Gold commander? No, I have not.
Right. Now, a different topic, but it relates further back, as it were, within the narrative here. I want to deal with, you dealt with in some detail, I'm not going over it, the question of discarded Novichok. The simple question is this: during this time, just after, if you can put yourself back into Salisbury, just after the Skripal attack, did it occur to you personally as a senior police officer that there might be more Novichok left over or discarded, or however you describe it?
In relation to my role in the SCG and my work with the stack, no, it didn't. And yes, what was it always there in terms of a potential risk at the back of my mind where you go for the search activity,
yes, but
and you don't find it, then clearly it is a risk. You've got, I guess, two hypotheses again. They've either taken it with them or they've discarded it locally or somewhere else in the United Kingdom.
You see, this is not the same question as being advised, being told, being kept in the loop, getting lots of paperwork. This is you as a straightforward police officer, if you don't mind me putting it that way. Were you not aware that it would be possible for, therefore, a member of the public to be seriously damaged by this?
Clearly, as I look back in hindsight now, hence why we're sat here today, yes, I have to concede that in relation to the model that I was operating in terms of the advice I was getting from the stack and from Public Health England and above, that was not articulated in terms of a risk. And
yes, looking back now, again, with a view to the future, does that surprise you that you didn't and no one else seemed to have broached it with you either?
Looking back now, sir, yes, yes.
So there's one document that I have notified of all the documents, but this is one that's just come up this morning. So it's inquiry 004745, I think it is.
4745.
Yeah.
You may have to wait a moment for it to be found. Oh, no, there we are.
Oh, sorry, they've been notified. We did it by email. I wrote them out.
Don't worry, that's fine.
Not this one.
We've got it. That's all that matters.
Yes. Now, I just want to, ask you about this document. Would you like a second just to look at it?
Yeah, I've certainly taken in the front of it, sir.
They're minutes of a meeting, and you'll see the date is the 9th of March 2018. So it's between Salisbury and Amesbury, if I can put it that way. Now,
well, it's very soon after Salisbury, isn't it?
Yes.
It's within the week.
Within a week.
And it's Public Health England meeting of some
And it's
kind.
SRG, which is the response group.
Right.
Are you familiar with the SRG?
No, that's new terminology to me, sir.
No. I'm not suggesting, it doesn't suggest that you're there, but were you ever shown any information that's according with this? The point about the document is it records that the investigation by police has identified other potential sites for discarded Novichok.
Take him to page 4.
Sorry?
Take him to page 4.
Yeah, all right.
Well, you'll have to take us, Mr. Mansfield. You'll have to take him to the
page
bit
4.
that you want him to look at. Come on.
Page 4.
Thank you.
Please, at the top. I wanted him to just see if he'd seen the document first of all.
Of course.
So I can confirm I haven't seen the document. And are you referring to the top box, sir?
Yes, and if you look at the top, should be page 4. Police have identified, first few words, you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Now, from what you're saying, you haven't seen this document before, is that right? The second question is, were you informed around the 9th of March, 10th of March, somewhere in that region, about the fact the police had identified potentially Don't put it higher than that. Sites.
No, sir. So again, my reading, if I can put some context around the word police there, that would be the counter-terrorism policing investigation. I referred earlier to the search strategy. I can't speak on behalf of Commander Murphy, but I would imagine, and I'm surmising, that this relates to his investigation and hypotheses around potential depositions.
Yes. Yeah. Now, can I ask this then? What at that time, that is between Salisbury and Amesbury in that period, with counter-terrorism being involved, did you have a close working relationship with them?
So as outlined in my statement, yes, I had periodic calls with the head of counter-terrorism policing, senior national coordinator across both instances, and we also had somebody from the investigation who would sit on the SCG meetings and provide updates relative to what that audience was.
Yes. So would you describe it as a close relationship?
I would describe it as a effective relationship, yes, where we had good relations with them.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Mansfield. Nothing else? Where would you like me to go now, Mr. O'Connor? Somewhere else?
I think lunch would be a good place for us all to go. So.
All right. How full is this afternoon? Pretty full?
Yes.
Then we'd better say 2 o'clock, hadn't we? No, I'm sorry. We can say 1:45, can't we? Yes. I'm so sorry. 1:45, please.
Finished at 1:45, but that's it.
Good afternoon. My name is Francesca Whitelaw and I ask questions on behalf of the inquiry, as I think you know. Thank you for attending today to give evidence.
I'd like to repeat after me. I do solemnly, sincerely and truly
I do solemnly, sincerely and truly
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Now, Mr. Barrett, either stand or sit as convenient, but most people are sitting.
Could you give us your full name, please?
Mark Allen Marriott.
You should have in front of you a 13-page witness statement dated the 19th of July 2018. The reference for the transcript is INQ 005000.
Yes, I have that.
And have you had an opportunity to read that witness statement?
I have.
And are you able to confirm that the contents are true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I can.
Thank you. And so, with your permission, the whole statement will be adduced in evidence and appear on the inquiry's website.
Yes.
May I, before we start, just make a similar warning to one I gave previously for the benefit of Dawn Sturgess's family in particular. This evidence is going to be dealing with the emergency response and the treatment of Dawn. It may well be distressing for some to listen to or to read, and the opportunity to leave if anybody wants to, or to not to watch the proceedings is now.
You'll have the point. Don't feel obliged to stay unless you want to, but it'll have to be detailed. Right.
Mr. Marriott, were you in June 2018 a paramedic employed by the South West Ambulance Service?
Yes.
Is that still your job?
Yes.
We can perhaps tell from the uniform. And at the time that you made your statement, had you been employed by the South West Ambulance Service for about 10 years?
Approximately, yes, I think it was.
And prior to that, I think you had 10 years' experience working as an intensive care paramedic in the Northern Territory in Australia, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And prior to that, 11 years' experience with the London Ambulance Service, is
That's
that right?
correct, yeah.
And in what role or roles did you work for the London Ambulance Service?
Initially, when I joined the London Ambulance Service, it was prior to there being a paramedic programme within the UK. So initially, I was just employed as a qualified ambulance person until the introduction of the paramedic programme, which came about in the very early 90s. And so I was a very early uptaker of the UK paramedic programme. And I qualified with the London Ambulance Service and trained with the London Ambulance Service as a paramedic.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to your training, and if you do need to refer to your witness statement, please do. You say that around 7 years prior to the date of the statement, so about 2011, you completed a chemical, biological, radiological and nuclear training in a location, we don't need to say the name of the location, but that this consisted of casualty retrieval from hazardous areas.
That's correct, yeah. It was just for a casualty retrieval programme. It was a volunteer scheme. They asked for staff if they wanted to be involved within that retrieval programme, and I uptook it and was shown how to don protective suits and how to retrieve patients from hot zones and so forth.
Did that training include recognition of nerve agent or other hazardous chemical poisoning symptoms?
I can't fully remember because it's such a long time ago what the content of it was. So I can't remember. It was such a long time ago.
When you were working for the South West Ambulance Service prior to the time of these events, you indicated in your witness statement that you completed local-based training updates relating to changes of procedures, equipment updates, new techniques and clinical updates. How was that training delivered?
A lot of it was, in the early days, it was face-to-face, and we would go up to one of the training centres and depending on what the content was, whether it be a 2 or 3 day course, but a lot of it was face-to-face, generally they did send down some literature which was prior learning so that we could update ourselves prior to being there what the content of it would be. We also have an online, what we call ESR, which is electronic staff records, where we can log on to a training account and it will show us what areas we need to keep ourselves updated on. More recently, that has been the way things have been done. So yes, that's how I update.
And do you receive email briefings as well?
Oh, sorry?
Receive email briefings as well?
Yes, we do periodically to say that there has been a clinical or procedure update, and it would ask staff to update themselves with whatever was being updated, and we do have access to an application which is on particular types of electronic devices that we can read the latest updates and keep ourselves updated with that.
Thank you, and I think we'll come back to that in a moment. But you say in your witness statement that since the Salisbury incident you received new guidance. First of all, by the Salisbury incident, presumably you mean the poisoning of the Skripals in March 2018, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe that after the Salisbury incident, that we did receive some information on station. It generally come, if I remember, it came in a paper-type format, which was...
Sorry, in what kind of format?
Sorry?
You said it came in a particular format.
A paper format.
Paper?
A printed paper format.
Thank you.
I think normally what happened is the particular officers who were on duty at that time, they would be informed that there was an update. That officer would then print out that document and would place it on the station information table. And there would generally be a document attached to it that would say, all staff please read and update yourselves. And there was quite often a little document attached to that where with the staff names members on so they could sign to say that they'd received and updated themselves on that document.
Thank you. Can I ask you specifically in relation to this new guidance that you were talking about post-Salisbury? First of all, can you tell us what that guidance broadly was? And if you need to refer to your statement...
I'm sorry, I can't remember what the particular document was, but I do remember after the Salisbury incident that there was an update, and what the content of it was, I cannot remember at this stage, but I think it probably would have been advising staff to perhaps...
Well, perhaps I can help you. If you've got your statement in front of you, have you? Do you want to just look at it on page 4? We appreciate you made this statement some time ago, so do you want to read the first paragraph to yourself, just to refresh your memory?
What page, sorry?
Page 4 of the statement. There's a page number at the top right-hand corner, and in fact probably the bottom right-hand corner as well. Just read the first paragraph to yourself.
Sorry, what paragraph?
The top paragraph. It starts, I have received new guidance.
I've received new guidance since the previous incident in Salisbury, and the effect sign symptoms, the effects, signs and symptoms of a Novichok exposure, and the 1-2-3 step approach to dealing with casualties. This is in basic terms when you are dealing with a patient that is unresponsive. Take caution in the event of 2 patients being unresponsive. Exercise extreme caution where there are 3 or more patients unresponsive, evacuate the area and seek guidelines. So that would be pretty much what I already knew anyway.
What, the 1-2-3 mantra? The 1-2-3 rule?
Yeah.
Yes, well, I think we've heard that. But you said, what you say there is that you had new guidance dealing with the 1-2-3 rule, but also with the effects, signs and symptoms of Novichok exposure. Now, do Do you remember getting that or not?
Yeah, that, I mean, as I say, that's what I would have known already, and I think the document probably come out to remind staff to be aware of that again.
And do you think your memory was probably better in 2018 than it is now in relation to those documents?
Forgive me, Mr. Marriott. Have you just said that everything there is something that you would have known beforehand in any event?
Sorry, I didn't quite hear you. Can you say again?
Yes. Did you just tell us that the things that were in the guidance were all things that you knew already,
Yes.
including the symptoms of Novichok?
Yes.
Where had you got that from beforehand?
Well, I knew the signs and symptoms of organophosphate poisoning and Novichok poisoning, which we would have received. They may have not called it Novichok. They may have just said that there would be a chemical attack or what type of symptoms which somebody would have got had they have been poisoned by a particular substance.
So you think you knew about hazardous chemical poisoning symptoms?
Yes.
Before March 18 even?
Yes, we would have known, we would have had information, we'd have had training to say, you know, what could happen or what the signs and symptoms of some of those things would be.
Right.
Well, you say perhaps, if we look at the next paragraph, there's just 2 lines in the next paragraph where you say, I'm trained that with any suspected exposure to hazardous material, to seek guidance for safety purposes, it's not specific to Novichok in isolation. It's relevant to all chemicals.
Yeah, it would be relevant to all chemicals because obviously at the point when I received that training, Novichok wasn't a word that we were familiar with, but we were aware that there were particular nerve agents.
But once we get to March 2018, there's an awareness of Novichok arising out of the Skripal poisoning. So do you think when you got that guidance after Salisbury, there was specific mention of Novichok?
I don't remember I don't remember thinking that. I mean, it's always in the back of your mind, but.
So you don't actually remember now whether it's specific. And do you remember now? We know the Salisbury poisonings were in March. Dawn Sturgess was poisoned at the end of June. Do you recall when in that period you received this new guidance that you mentioned in your statement?
No, I can't remember.
And do you recall if the guidance you received after March 2018 included the potential for confusion of symptoms between drug overdose and nerve agent poisoning?
No, I don't remember.
And do you remember guidance identifying how you should treat suspected nerve agent poisoning?
Yes.
Was that specific to Novichok after March 18?
Well, I would say not specifically Novichok, but any nerve agent or organophosphate poisoning. Had I have attended a patient who were presenting with those symptoms, I would probably been alerted that there would potential for a poisoning.
So when you say no, you knew how to treat it, are you referring there to the 1, 2, 3 step approach or something else?
Yes, I would do, yeah. I mean, if I was, there's always the 1, 2, 3 step approach, yes, certainly, yeah.
In your statement, and you've also mentioned it just now, you say that within the past month, so that was within a month of July 18, all South West Ambulance Service have access to an online mobile phone application, which essentially gives an aide-memoire for clinical guidelines on various topics, including CBRN. Do you know if you had that at the time of Dawn Sturgess's poisoning?
I think I probably did have it, yeah, and I also think it was available on our electronic patient care record as well. I believe it was available on there that we could pull up those guidelines.
Did you have occasion to use it when you attended Dawn Sturgess?
I used it all the time, that particular app.
No, that wasn't the question, I don't think, Mr. Marriott. I think what the lady would like to know is whether you consulted it when you went to Muggleton Road.
I don't think I did use it when I went to Muggleton Road, no.
I'm going to bring up on screen INQ 00623, please. Sorry, 30623. A document which we saw this morning. Were you watching the evidence this morning?
I was.
So you will have seen this is the South West Ambulance Service Medicines Protocol. Page 1, it says 5th of January 2017 is the issue date. Were you aware of this protocol prior to June 2018?
Yes.
And if we look at the clinical situation, again, we've seen that this morning, it sets out a number of symptoms there. Can you see that on the screen in front of you?
I've only got page 1 at the moment.
Yes, page 1. We'll then go over to page 2. Can you see page 2? So are those symptoms that you were aware of in June 2018?
Yes.
And if we go to page 5, please. If we could make the bottom step 1, 2, 3 bigger. Thank you.
What number's this one, Miss Whitelaw?
This is 000623.
This is still 623, is it?
Yes, it's just page 5 of that
I
document.
do beg your pardon. Okay.
And is that the step 1, 2, 3 that you were referring to previously?
Yeah.
Thank you. And if we could make that smaller again. And the Duodote auto-injector, were you aware of that as well in June 2018?
Something we carry on the vehicles.
Sorry? What did you say?
It's something we carry on.
You had them on the vehicles?
Yeah, we carry more than one. I think there's 4 on the ambulances we carry.
Thank you.
Thank you. We can take that down now, please. We're now going to move to what happened on the 30th of June. You deal with this in your statement from page 4. If you need to refer to it, please do. What shift were you working on Saturday the 30th of June?
I believe it was a 0600 to 1800 day shift.
And what vehicle, what type of vehicle were you scheduled to work in?
It was a Skoda Scout RRV, and I believe the number was our call sign was 303.
Thank you. So I think you said RRV is that rapid response vehicle. And was that single crewed?
It was just myself.
What is it, a car, Mr. Marriott?
Yes.
Yeah.
And in your vehicle, was there a mobile data terminal?
There was.
I think you refer to that as MDT.
Yes.
Can you just tell us what that is, please?
A mobile data terminal is where we receive all the information of the particular incident we're being deployed on. It has a screen which is situated in front of the driver on the dashboard. When a call comes in, we receive notification on our handheld radio, and it will also simultaneously alert on the screen. Do you want me to carry on?
Well, I'm going to ask you next if there was an EPCR, an electronic patient care record as well.
That's a separate device. That's,
right.
Yeah, that's located in the back, in the boot space, and it's something that it was in those days called a Panasonic Toughbook, and it had a handle on it, and it was very similar to a mobile tablet, laptop, which we would carry in onto a call where we would enter all the electronic patient care records on.
Thank you. And you were on shift 6 till 6. Was the call to Muggleton Road your first call of the day?
I believe it was. It was an unusually quiet day, so I think that was my first call of the day.
Thank you. Could we go to INQ 000653, please? And do you recognise this as the call log?
I'm not familiar with call logs because I don't ever really see these, but I've only seen it very briefly in a printed format. There's lots of numbers and things on there. I'm not completely familiar how it flows.
This is back at HQ, is it somewhere? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
If you could sit slightly forward, I think the microphone's having some difficulty picking you up. Thank you very much. Just a couple, we'll try to decipher, sir, this isn't easy to read, and for your reference, sir, the report of Mr. Mark Faulkner does give a summary of the call log. That's INQ 005942, page 37. So you may, in slower time, find it easier to refer to that. But I'll try and just pick out some key timings. It looks as though at 10:14, if you look on the screen in front of you, there was a 999 call. Could you just look at the screen and just tell me if you agree with that?
I'm sure you're right, Miss Whitelaw, and I've seen the time
Oh, I'm seeing it says...
cited as 10:14 elsewhere.
Yeah, I can
where is it on this document?
Yeah, sorry, we're page 1. We're on page 4. Could we just skip back to page 1 first? My fault.
No.
So at the top, we see 10:14,
10:14, the new call.
999, and that's the date as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then if we go to 10:16, sorry, I should say page 4 to get to 10:16. And I'm looking for 10:16:04, resource allocation 303. The highlighting is very helpful for this document, thank you. Do you see that there? You mentioned your call sign was 303.
Yeah,
so does it look like...
I think I'm looking at the right place, yes, 303, ROV.
So it looks as if you're allocated there at 10:16. And then do we also see there, just below that, 43-year-old female, conscious breathing, caller statement fitting. And then page 5, please. We should see crew 1 at the top, a few lines down, Marriott Mark. That's your name. Qualifications P. Does that mean paramedic?
It would be, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then resource 303, time dispatch MDT 10:16:08. Just below that for the height. Thank you. And a bit further down, RRV SALN 208 10:16 now allocated.
I think that means Salisbury North. That would indicate the location where I was at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So does this suggest that you initially received the call at about 10:16?
Yes.
In your witness statement, you said it was about 11:10, but you couldn't be sure without checking for the log. So
I do believe that I got the time wrong because I couldn't remember the time of day for whatever reason, but obviously this doesn't lie and this is the correct information, so that was a mistake by me.
No, and you do say in your witness statement you must check the call log to be sure,
okay.
So that's fine. If we could go to page 11, please. And I think we should see 303 on scene at 10:23. It's only a few lines down. 10:23:35. We had at scene, resource now 199 metres from scene. And then time arrived at 303, a few lines down, 303, time arrived at scene, 10:23:35. So it looks as if you received the call about 10:16 and you were there by 10:23.
I think that time is what they call an auto at scene time. So when you're within a certain distance to the job, I think it does say there 1.99.0 metres, it would automatically put us at scene, even though theoretically we may be, for instance, in the car park.
Yes.
There may be several flights of stairs or
yes, of course,
somewhere to find. So I think it generalises, it just puts us approximately in that area.
Thank you.
It rather looks, Mr. Merritt, as if this log picks up some of the transmissions from what I think you called your mobile data terminal in the car. They're linked, are they?
Yes, they are.
Right.
We've seen on the call log it said 43-year-old female, conscious, breathing, caller statement fitting. Is that the information you would have received on your MDT?
That would initially be the information would come on the screen, but that is periodically updated. So I would expect this being the type of call it was. The operator would have continued on the line with the caller, and as more information would be coming in, they would update us accordingly. So it would update as more information would come in.
And you say in your witness statement that you received the call as a Category 1 call. That was a top priority with an immediate response.
That's correct.
Which means life at risk without an immediate response, does it?
Yeah, it was immediate response.
Do you remember if you received any other information before you attended the call?
Possibly I may have received some verbal communication. I do believe possibly I may have been told that it was a new build and that the location wasn't completely verified.
In your witness statement, you said you received a call on the radio from your ambulance control.
Yes.
Where you advised the call is believed to be a query cardiac arrest.
Yes, I may well have. Yeah, I think that is correct. I would have done. As I say, sometimes it would be verbal, and another time it may just be a text update.
And also in your statement, you say when you received the call, you were at one of your designated standby points in Fountain Way Campus, Wilton Road, Salisbury. Was that about 7 miles away from Muggleton Road?
Yeah,
if you don't know, that's fine.
Yeah, but
and you say you responded within about 30 seconds of the call.
I believe when the nature of a Category 1 call does come in, yeah, we're pretty much up straight away and out the door as quickly as possible. That's the whole purpose of being a rapid response vehicle.
And I think there was a slight delay in finding the property, you indicate in your witness statement, because of a problem with the sat-nav, and you asked somebody who was outside if they knew where number 9 was. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I mean, it is a problem because when a new build does occur, we don't get the updates, our mapping system isn't updated, and in incidents in the past I found I couldn't find properties because it wasn't mapping, so I've known it take 6 months before we actually get the updates on the
Is that better now? You said in the past.
I think it probably is similar today. Quite often now we get additional information on what 3 words we use, and we use Google Maps as well as the SWAS system, and one may be more ahead than the other. But when you're working solo, you cannot do that because you're driving, so it can be problematic.
Well, we know from the log you at least in that area, 199 metres away by 10:23, and it looks like that's the time that you also got to the scene. I want to ask you a few questions about when you first arrived. You described it in your statement. You've indicated new build property appeared to be a 1-storey flat. And you said the door was open on my attendance and I could see the door was open. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
Could you describe what happened when you arrived at the front door? And you deal with this at page 6 of your witness statement, because I appreciate it was a long time ago.
Can I just refer to my statement?
Of course you can. At page 6, and it's the second paragraph, the larger paragraph at the top of the page.
So as I've indicated here, I collected my equipment as I arrived at the door, and then, as I say, the door was open. I shouted hello. I heard a male voice say up here. I walked up the stairs. I turned to the right. I state here, I didn't smell anything in the air. And at the top of the stairs, I turned right. I stood in the hallway looking at the bathroom, and I saw a female patient who was laying supine on the floor. That means she's on her back within the bathroom. Her head was towards the door, the bathroom door, that would have been. There was a male partner who was in the hallway, directly outside the door. He had what I believed to be a mobile phone in his hand. And then I said to him, "What's happened?" And he replied, "She collapsed." That was the end of the verbal conversation at that point. I looked down at the female patient. I noticed she was cyanosed. That means her skin is very blue, which would indicate a lack of or no blood supply.
And what was your assessment of her condition at that point?
When I looked at that point, I thought this probably. I noticed she wasn't breathing, and as I say further in my statement, I would have bent down or kneeled down beside her, and I would have felt for a pulse. But my initial assessment was that she was in cardiopulmonary arrest.
And you said you knelt down and felt for a pulse. Was that in her neck?
That's correct. There would have been what we call carotid pulse.
And was that present or absent?
It was absent.
And what did you do next?
I then commenced what we will call basic life support. Even though I had advanced skills, I couldn't give those advanced skills because I had to focus on just chest compressions. And the importance is just to continually press down on somebody's chest, on their sternum, on their heart, approximately 100 times a minute to restart the circulation. That is important. So that's initially what I started to do.
And what else did you do at the same time?
Say again, sorry?
What else did you do? Do you remember making a request to speak?
Yeah, I would have, and at that point I would have called for backup or updated my control and said words to the effect of, yes, this is a confirmed cardiac arrest, I need backup, which I think they would have autonomically sent anyway. And other resources would have been also advised, like aerial support, advanced life support.
You say in your statement the operator advised you that a crew would be with you shortly.
Yeah.
And while you were giving basic life support, what conversation did you have with the male partner, who we now know to be Charlie Rowley?
Again, I'll just refer back to my statement.
Yes, of course, page 6. And it's the big paragraph, 3 paragraphs up from the bottom.
So while doing the compressions, I said to the male partner, "Are you the partner?" And he replied, "Yes." I said, "What happened?" He replied, "She was complaining of a headache and she was going to have a bath. I heard a noise that sounded like she was gurgling. I went in and found her collapsed in the bathroom. She was foaming at the mouth. I asked the male partner, when did she collapse? And he replied, 10 to 15 minutes ago. He was quite flustered and he seemed a bit jittery, quite muddled in himself. He didn't really give me much of a clear history as to what the events were or what the reason was for the cause of the collapse."
What was your assessment of what he told you and in terms of the description of Dawn Sturgess?
Sorry, say again?
So when you said he told you she was complaining of a headache, was going to have a bath, and he'd heard gurgling and found her collapsed in the bathroom and foaming at the mouth. So that information, what did that tell you, if anything, about her condition or information?
My initial thoughts, yeah, I mean, you go in with an open mind because it could be anything. You don't know what you're going into. So as the information comes in, you make your assessment. And at that point, I considered that she had a headache. It was acute by the sounds of it. That means it was sudden. She collapsed and lost consciousness. And I believe she had been foaming at the mouth. So my initial thoughts were this was a cerebral incident in terms of a brain injury or something. So I thought maybe she'd had a stroke or something like that, which would maybe cause her to lose consciousness, and that cerebral irritation probably would have caused a seizure. So that was my initial thoughts, that I thought that this was a cerebral incident causing a cardiopulmonary arrest.
Did you also ask Charlie Rowley, we now know him to be the male partner, what her medical history was?
I did, but he couldn't tell me.
Just going back to what you said about Charlie Rowley being a bit flustered and juddery and a bit muddled, did it appear to you that he was unwell in any way at that point?
Well, never ever met Charlie before. I wouldn't know what his normal demeanour was. But no, I think he was, to me, I looked at it from the perspective that this was his loved one or his partner who collapsed, and I assumed that he was very distressed because of that. And having seen this many a times, I thought perhaps this is why he can't give me information, because I have been to calls before where patients can't tell me anything because of their mental state at that particular time. So that's why I considered that. I didn't think he was unwell. I just think he was very muddled because of what was going on.
Right. And did it occur to you he might be under the influence of something or not?
Not at that point, no.
I think there came a point when you broke away from doing chest compressions. Is that right?
Yes.
What was the next step of the treatment that you applied?
Well, I carried on with the, if I can just refer to my statement.
Yes, of course, and it's page 7 we're on now at the top.
So I broke away from the chest compressions, as I said, and turned on what we commonly call the shock box, which basically is a very portable defibrillator. Everybody used to just call it a shock box. I exposed her chest. I remember that she had, I think, quite a very light fitting top on. So I exposed her chest by, I believe I must have cut the dress off. And then I attached the paddles to her chest, or the pads, the adhesive gel pads to her chest. And then I followed the prompts on the machine. That gave me a verbal indication of no shock indicated. That this would only occur if there was not a shockable rhythm. And in that case, there was no shockable rhythm, which would generally mean that there was cardiac standstill, or what we call asystole. So it was just a flat line at that point. I carried on with chest compressions, and at some point, a little bit later, that's when my colleagues arrived.
Can I just ask you, you said you cut the top dress off. What was she wearing? Do you remember?
I think it was just a dress. I don't think she had a bra on. I think it was just a dress we removed, yeah.
Do you remember trousers underneath or not?
She did have some trousers on, yes.
So there came a point when your colleagues arrived. Was that ambulance colleagues in the first instance?
Yes.
And we won't go back to the log, but we're going to hear some evidence from one of your colleagues. But at 10:33, I think 10 minutes later, they arrived. Was that Keith Coomer and Glenn Davis? Do you remember? Did you...
Say again, sorry?
Was it Keith Coomer and Glenn Davis?
Yes, it was. Keith and Glenn, yeah.
And you knew both of them, did you?
Yeah, I did.
And I think they're lead paramedics, is that correct? Or they were at the time lead paramedics?
Glenn was the lead paramedic.
And does that mean any advanced clinical skills?
No.
Is it a management role?
No, exactly the same. It was purely for administrative type of duties and things. And maybe they do something like advise new starters and things like that, but it was really administrative. But clinically, we were both the same level.
Thank you. And what did you tell them by way of handover? And do refer to your statement if you need to. No, I think we're still on page 7 here. It's about paragraph 3.
I gave Keith and Glenn a handover of essentially what had been disclosed to me by the male partner, Charlie, and the present clinical symptoms the female was presenting with. And that is her being in cardiopulmonary arrest and asystole, meaning a flat line. So that's what I had told them. At that point, I didn't know the cause of what the cardiac arrest was.
And did Keith Coomer take over the chest compressions?
Yes, he did.
And what did you do then?
This is when I started doing some airway maintenance. So this would have involved me tilting Dawn's head back and lifting her jaw forward. So to try and obtain a patent airway. By patent we mean try and clear it by stopping any obstructions from the tongue. And then we have a tube, what we call an eye gel, and that's lubricated and then put into Dawn's mouth, and it lifts the tongue and enables a patent airway, so then we can then ventilate her.
So was she then connected to oxygen?
Yes, it would be. Well, it would be, we would have attached a bag up to that, an oxygen bag, or not an oxygen bag, but a silicone bag, but we would squeeze. Initially, it would be atmospheric air, but we would attach an oxygen cylinder, which has got a reservoir bag on the back, which would then push 100% oxygen into Dawn.
And did you help Keith Coomer complete standard chest compressions? If you can't recall, it's paragraph, it's on page 7 still, halfway down.
Yeah, Keith and I were completing standard chest compressions. So what that means is that a ratio of a 15:2. So Keith would do 15 compressions, and on the 15th compression, I would do 2 inflations, and then Keith would carry on with 15. So that is a national guideline standard of the ratio that you should adopt when doing cardiopulmonary resuscitation.
And I think Keith Coomer inserted a cannula into Dawn Sturgess' hand, is that correct? Hand arm, it says in the statement.
Sorry, what was that you said?
Did Keith insert a cannula into her hand arm?
Yes, that's right, yeah. Keith put a cannula into Dawn's hand.
Did you notice if her hand was sweaty at all, or if you don't remember, do say?
I don't recall. I mean, it was a very hot day. Environmentally, it was a very hot day, and we were hot. So no, I didn't notice.
And what was she given in terms of treatment then? And again, do refer to the statement if you need to.
We would then give adrenaline, 1 in 100,000, 1 milligrams of adrenaline per every 10,000 mils of saline. So that is basically what we would give first of all to try and reverse the effects of that cardiac arrest.
And that's part of normal advanced life support, is that correct?
Yeah, that would be the initial drug of choice, first of all, to try and restart heart. And I think I've also noted here that a saline drip of sodium chloride was also administered. That would be purely there just to keep a patent intravenous flow, so we can keep referring back to that intravenous access for more drug therapy.
Did there come a stage when the shock box, the defibrillator, indicated that the patient was shockable?
Again, I'll just refer to my statement here.
Yes, do.
At this point, I think we had, looking at my note, my shock box indicated me via verbal command that the battery was low. And Glenn obtained an additional shock box, which was then connected to the pads which were already on Dawn. So it's just a matter of swapping them over. I mean, periodically the batteries do deplete over a period of time.
Does it tell you immediately when you need the batteries going low? You said a verbal command.
Yes, there is a verbal command on there. Because it was an old system, an old type of defibrillator, it wasn't always a completely accurate gauge. You would have an LCD display that may say that it was completely full, and then it may just deplete very quickly. These devices weren't left on permanent charge at all. They just had batteries in them, and periodically they would change, I believe, when the vehicle went for servicing and that. But the vehicle, it would have been checked at the start of shift when we just turned the shock box on, and it would indicate that the battery was full or half, but within a usable level. But as I say, they weren't completely very accurate, the older devices.
So you say you changed the shock box to a different one that Glenn Davis got hold of, and then was there a verbal command that the patient was shockable?
Yes, it was. I believe what we had to do to make a heart shockable, it has to fibrillate before we can defibrillate it. And the only way to fibrillate the heart is to oxygenate it. So that's why we were doing the aggressive chest compressions to get the blood flow going through the heart. And that's what we've done, along with the adrenaline as well. That would be working to get that flowing through Dawn's blood system, because we have to make sure that by doing those compressions that blood does flow through. And at that point, the she was shockable, and the shock was delivered as per the instructions on the...
What was the result of that?
We got what we call ROSC, or return of spontaneous circulation. Again, you can have an active heart rate on the machine, but sometimes there's an electrical mechanical dissociation between the two, so you can have an electrical activity, but there won't actually be any physical movement. So I have to make sure that we did actually have a pulse, and I felt again for a carotid pulse, and I could actually see a pulse as well. I could see it pulsating in Dawn's neck. So I was happy that we had got return of spontaneous circulation.
And you say the monitor attached to the female patient also confirmed sinus rhythm. What does that mean?
Sinus rhythm indicates that the pacemaker site is the sinus pacemaker, which is on the top of the heart. So that would indicate that the rhythm there is coming from the top of the heart and working its way down through the middle of the heart to the base of the heart. So it's what we call NSR, or normal sinus rhythm.
And I think you then tried to obtain some more details from the male partner, Charlie Rowley. Is that correct?
Yeah, at that point, we was happy that we had stabilised Dawn to a level that we could then try and engage with Charlie a little bit more to find out what the lead-up of the events were and why Dawn had collapsed, and trying to obtain as much history as we could.
Could you just, by reference to the bottom of page 7, the last paragraph, and going on to page 8, tell us what it was you asked and found out from Charlie Rowley?
Yeah, so I broke away and left Glenn Davis and Keith, who continued ALS. I then spoke to the male partner. He was standing in the hall at the lounge, in the kitchen area, and I said, can you tell me what her name is? Or her date of birth, or any information as to why she's like this? He did reply, her name was Dawn Sturgess, and it's a name that I hadn't heard before, and I was just trying to get some clarity on how it was spelled. And Charlie replied, no, I'm dyslexic, I can't do numbers. I looked on the windowsill and saw a letter, and it had a name on it. I said to Charlie, is it Dawn Sturgess? Is that her? Referring to the name on the letter. And he replied, yes. And I said, does Dawn have any medical condition? And he replied, not as far as I'm aware. He said she has some tablets. He pointed to some tablets on the windowsill. I can't remember what those tablets were. The conversation lasted about 15 seconds.
Did you look at what the tablets were at the time?
I can't remember. They may have been completely irrelevant.
Did you return to assist the ambulance crew at that point?
Yeah, I carried on with the crew, and I believe that we lost, Dawn's pulse stopped again. Again, we continued with CPR. I checked the machine, more adrenaline was given as per our guidelines, and again we got return of spontaneous circulation. And that's, yeah, we got return of spontaneous circulation back again.
And then you deal with in your statement what we've already spoken about. You've already explained the battery pack. Oh, actually, no, sorry. This was the, you said you'd previously replaced your shock box with Glenn Davis's because of the battery pack.
Yeah, this...
Sorry, go on.
Glenn Davis, he said his EPCR, or electronic patient care record, and what we call the brick. In those days, we had a electronic patient care. It was different on the ambulances as to the cars. If you're on an ambulance, your electronic patient care record is, as it says, an electronic patient care record, but it also doubles as a patient monitoring device for monitoring their vital signs, which wasn't a great situation because it was very difficult to flick between the two sometimes. And we had a device, what we used to be called the brick, because it would look like a square house brick. And that connected to the electronic patient care record via a cable. And on the side of this brick, we had a connectors, one which would be for blood pressure, one would be for saturations, oxygen saturations, and we also had, we could monitor patients' carbon dioxide levels on there as well. So that's what we're related to, referring to there.
So, sorry, let's just to be clear about this point. So now, what I think you say in your statement is that Glenn Davis's electronic patient care record and brick, the communication box between the medical monitoring devices and the electronic patient care record was faulty. So you had to go and get, so you couldn't monitor the patient's CO2 levels, and so you had to go and get another device. Is that right?
Yeah.
So is that two devices that you just had to replace? First of all, the defib, and then
because there was only one ambulance there, there was nowhere else to replace that device with. So effectively, he could do no monitoring through his electronic patient care record because that brick wasn't working for whatever.
But it was a monitoring device rather than a device delivering treatment.
Yes, it was a monitoring device. So what I'd done at that point, if I just refer to my statement.
Yes, it's about 4 paragraphs down on page 8.
Yeah, I returned back to my car and took what we call a Life Pack 12, which is, again, a defibrillator, a cardiac defibrillator, and it has the capabilities to do all the necessary patient monitoring devices on it. So because Glenn's connection had failed, I went down and grabbed mine quite quickly, so then we continued to monitor.
And what did that tell you in relation to the ECG monitor?
It would tell me, well, I could monitor the blood pressure, I could monitor the CO2 levels.
But in terms of what you actually saw, I think halfway down your statement you say there was nothing remarkable on the readings on the ECG, is that right?
Yeah, I think that's what I put. Let me just refer to that.
Yes, halfway down page 8.
Yeah, I would have done an ECG.
And what about Dawn Sturgess's condition you addressed there?
Sorry, say again?
You addressed Dawn Sturgess's condition at that point. When you say halfway down, I got back to airway management.
Yeah, so we got back to airway management, and I was bagging Dawn. That means that I was squeezing the bag, the oxygen in. I mean, this would have been continuous anyway, but we generally do take turns so we don't get fatigue in doing one particular treatment continuously. She was nice and pink in colour, and as I stated here, her chest was rising well. I noticed her right hand, my right hand glove had split at the top of the thumb, and I had some mucus which had come from Dawn's mouth onto my hand glove. This would have occurred while I was doing some airway management.
Did you change your glove?
I believe I did.
And did you experience any symptoms of being unwell in the days after treating Dawn Sturgess?
Myself?
Yes.
Not that I can remember.
Thank you. And then I think there next came a point, and we'll hear subsequent evidence, it was about 11:05, I think, that a critical care paramedics arrived. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah. The critical care crew arrived. Again, this consisted of another Keith, which I referred to as Keith 2 in my statement. another unknown paramedic who I hadn't met before, and a female, which I later learned was I believe, a critical care nurse who was there on an observer capacity that particular day.
And did they take over the ROSC care, the return of spontaneous circulation?
Initially, I would have given them a handover, a clinical handover, and I would have told them what had occurred or what we thought had occurred, and what we had done to, what treatment we had done for Dawn in terms of, we've got an IV and she's had several shocks, what drugs she'd had, what airway maintenance she had, and probably what are the baseline observations in terms of ECG, whether she had blood pressure, oxygen levels, and what other observations we would have noted, which would have been important for them to know.
Yeah. When were you aware of the critical care paramedics giving naloxone?
I think I believe they may, yeah, possibly. I cannot remember, but I do know that if part of our protocol, when we get a patient who's in cardiopulmonary arrest, we always have to consider whether there is an opiate, possibly. If we don't know, if we didn't know whether there was an opiate involved or not, we could give that drug, because if there was an opiate involved, it would stop the effects of that opiate. But if there wasn't an opiate involved, it would have no detrimental effects on the patient. But I never thought that there was any. My initial thoughts were that I always thought this was a cerebral episode or a neurological episode. And I thought possibly it may have been a seizure caused by a brain injury or something.
So once the critical care paramedics arrived, I think you had an opportunity to speak to Charlie Rowley again, and you deal with this at page 9. Halfway down page 9. What did you ask him at that stage?
On page 9.
The paragraph starting, I changed my gloves.
Yeah, I changed my gloves at this point. There was a lot of involvement in treating Dawn. I said to the male partner, are there any prescriptions or hospital details? And Charlie replied, I don't know. I said, do you mind if I have a look around for something? Because part of our job is trying to investigate, to find out what has occurred. Again, Charlie didn't reply, and he did look a little bit confused at that time, which again, as I think, possibly may have been down to how he was feeling. I looked around and I could only see a letter from Wiltshire Council, but they only gave me her name and nothing else. Initially, I was looking around to see whether there was a hospital letter or something, or even a prescription to see whether there was any particular medication Dawn was taking.
But you didn't find anything?
I didn't find anything.
Did you see any drug paraphernalia?
No.
Were you aware of Charlie Rowley saying anything to Keith Coomer about Dawn not taking drugs?
No, I never knew. I never, no.
Did Charlie Rowley tell you at any point that Dawn had not taken any drugs?
No. And I don't think I ever asked that question either.
And just to cover the treatment, once the critical care paramedics had arrived, you said at the end of page 8 that we connected an ETCO2 probe to check her oxygen levels, checked her blood glucose, nothing remarkable. And I think you noticed a suction unit being brought in, is that right?
I believe so, yeah. And
what's that used for?
The suction would be to maintain a patent airway, because 90% I would say, in my experience, 90% of patients who are in cardiopulmonary arrest have some fluid coming out of their mouth or their nose.
So secretions are common in cardiac arrest then?
Yeah.
Very common if it's 90%?
Yeah, it's very common having fluid loss. Yeah,
Do you remember noticing excess secretions in Dawn's case?
I do remember fluid coming out of Dawn's mouth, yes.
And I think you helped take her on a scoop stretcher to the ambulance. Is that right?
Yeah,
and I think you noticed that she lost control of her bowels at that point.
That's correct, yeah.
I think you suggest she was wearing trousers at that point.
Yes.
And once she was taken into the ambulance, you say I had no further contact with her at that point. So is it right you weren't involved in her care in the ambulance?
Yeah, I handed over to the other team and the critical care team and took over from there, yeah.
When you helped to transfer her into the ambulance, were you aware that she was bradycardic and hypertensive?
Was I aware she was?
Bradycardic and hypertensive, if I pronounce that correctly.
No, I don't think so.
Did you notice a white frothy liquid rising in the eye gel?
Possibly, but it wouldn't have been abnormal to have a white frothy type of fluid in an eye gel because, again, probably 90% of the cardiac arrests that we go to would have fluid in an airway. That's the whole idea of us having a suction unit to remove that.
So you've explained that when you first came, you thought it might be a stroke and you thought it was a brain, a seizure of some sort. And by the time you put her in the ambulance, what were your thoughts as to what might have caused the arrest?
Again, I was still thinking on the basis of, we didn't know, none of us knew, and I think I did say that it was an unknown cause. But there was nothing which was clearly indicating what the cause of it was because Charlie couldn't give us much information at all, couldn't find any medical notes to say that Dawn had a pre-existing medical condition. And my personal thoughts were, again, I always thought it was a neurological episode, and I thought, as I say, she possibly could have had a stroke, which could have precipitated a seizure, and thus a collapse.
Did you consider any of her symptoms to be particularly unusual in the context of cardiac arrest?
Did I say again?
Any of her symptoms to be particularly unusual, given that cardiac arrest obviously unusual, but in the context of cardiac arrest, anything in her symptoms that you thought was particularly unusual in your experience?
No, there was nothing which was really red flagging to me at all.
And it may be obvious from what you said, but presumably then you didn't consider that organophosphate poisoning was a possible cause at all?
Anything's a possible cause. You know, when we get on scene, you have to find as much information as you can and think, but there was nothing at that point saying to me that this was a poisoning.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions. There'll be some more questions for you.
Have you got anything, Mr. Mansell?
Yes. No. Good afternoon. I represent the family of Dawn Sturgess. Just a couple of questions. First of all, before you went on this particular day, were you ever alerted to the fact that Novichok might still be present in the Salisbury area?
Not by my ambulance control, but it was always at the back of my mind, being a healthcare professional, and because of events prior to meeting attending Dawn, it was anything would be possible. So I would have been, as I say, maybe a little bit more guarded. I think I would consider those things.
Right. From what you're saying then, there hadn't been any official training or information about Novichok before you went, or the presence of it?
Only the updates that we had received after the Salisbury incident, just to the update that we got to remind staff of the procedures of hazardous chemicals.
One final question on that, and that is, was the issue about a possible crossover or misdiagnosis of a nerve agent reaction with an overdose of drug, was that something that you had been discussing at all?
No, I don't think so.
No. And one final question altogether, and that is, you came to the conclusion, and you maintained that throughout, that you thought it was a neurological episode.
That's correct.
Now, was that an instinctive reaction, or was there a feature of this one that you thought led to that conclusion?
I think it was a feature because the information I got from Charlie was that it was acute, it was sudden. She was complaining of a headache, again, which was acute, and that she had been foaming at the mouth. So those are factors which can be indicative of a neurological episode.
All right. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mansell.
Sir, I don't know if this would be time for an afternoon break.
Yes, it would. Mr. Marriott, we're grateful. Thank you very much indeed. There's no need to stay unless you want to. Of course, you're free to do so. 3:15, please.
All right.
Yes, Ms. Fox.
So the next witness to be called is Keith Coomer.
I'd just like to repeat after me. I do solemnly, sincerely and truly
I do solemnly, sincerely and truly
declare and affirm
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the
and
truth.
nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Coomer. Yes, by all means, sit down if that's comfortable.
Good afternoon, Mr. Coomer. My name is Emily Pottle, and I ask questions on behalf of the inquiry. Thank you for attending to give your evidence this afternoon. Could you give your full name, please?
Yeah, my name's Keith Coomer.
Mr. Coomer, you've made 2 witness statements in this case, I believe. The first is dated the 6th of July of 2018, and the second is dated the 13th of July of 2018. And the references for those statements are INQ 4550 and 4560. If we can bring up, yes, 4550 and 4560 on the screen. You should see that, Mr. Coomer, on the screen in front of you.
Yes.
Okay. And if we turn, if we begin with 4550, if we just turn to the last page. Yes, so we can see, this is the main statement, if I can put it that way. It's 4 pages long. Do you recognize that statement, Mr. Coomer?
Yes, I do.
And have you had a chance to review the statement
Yes.
before giving your evidence?
Yeah.
And is it true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is true.
Is there one correction you'd like to make?
No, I'd just like to state that I was in sort of a state of shock at the time of the statement,
I see.
just through going to a cardiac arrest and a few days later being told it's a major incident of Novichok.
I see. Well, we'll go through the statement in detail in a moment.
Yeah.
And you can make amendments that you feel are necessary. But just before we do that, the second statement is, if we can just pull that up, 4560. It's just a single page, and it just corrects a typo. Confirms that the date is the 30th of July, 2018. And sir, if you are content, could both of those statements be adduced into evidence?
Yes, it's June 4 July, isn't it? Yes, of course, both statements.
Yes, of course. Okay. Now, Mr. Coomer, before I ask you about the poisoning of Dawn Sturgess and your role, I'd just like to ask you a bit about your qualifications, if I could. So in 2018, when you responded to the call at Muggleton Road, you were an advanced technician working for Southwest Ambulance Service, is that right?
Correct, yeah.
Can you just tell us in a few words what the role of an advanced technician is?
I've just got additional skills than a normal technician, sort of cannulation.
Okay, and in relation to a paramedic, what would you say?
I'm not registered.
Pardon me?
I'm not registered.
Not registered, okay. And so would your level of training be the same as a paramedic or a bit lower or?
A little bit lower.
A bit lower, okay. And so would you normally, we know that on the date in question, you were crewed with Glenn Davies, who was a paramedic.
Yeah.
Would you normally be crewed with a paramedic? If you
Not normally. Well, it changes. Whoever. I've been doing shifts along with ECAs. They even put technicians on the car as well.
Okay, so not always with a paramedic?
No.
Okay. And how long have you been an advanced technician?
I've been with the ambulance service about 2005.
Okay, so nearly 20
coming
years.
up 20 years.
Yeah, okay. Okay. If I can ask you then, before we move on to the events in question, I want to ask you a bit about your training and guidance that was given to you on organophosphate poisoning. Good, okay. We heard this morning from Wayne Darch that a clinical notice regarding Duodote auto-injectors was emailed to all paramedics, he says, prior to the Skripal poisoning, and all clinical staff were asked to familiarize themselves with it. And the clinical notice itself asks clinicians to look at the medicine's protocol for a Duodote auto-injectors. And if we can just pull up that medicine's protocol now. Thank you very much. That's for the transcript, that's INQ reference 623. And we've looked at this document twice already today, but Mr. Coomer, could I ask you, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you see it prior to June of 2018?
Yes.
You did, okay. I'm just going to take you through it in a bit more detail now. So if we look at page 1, it sets out the clinical diagnosis of nerve agent poisoning and sets out a number of features, including bronchuria, which is the production of excess watery sputum, bronchospasm, which is difficulties with breathing, is that right?
Yeah.
And severe bradycardia, so that's a slow heart rate.
Slow heart rate.
Yeah. Okay, and if we can, then it says other signs may include, if we can move on then to page 2. So the other signs are excess secretions, for example, tears, respiratory depression, and altered level of consciousness and convulsions. And then the protocol says that toxic doses can cause CNS, that's central nervous system, is that right? Yeah. CNS stimulation, which can cause, for example, restlessness and confusion. But that can give way to depression, so central nervous system depression, which would cause coma, circulatory and respiratory failure and death. And so if we're considering Dawn Sturgess's case, she had, we now know, circulatory and respiratory failure caused by that poisoning. If I can then ask to move to page 5 of the protocol. So this is the final page of the protocol, which I think we saw just a moment ago with your colleague, Mr. Marriott. And if we can just focus in on the bottom of that page, the grid. Yes, sorry, that's a little too focused. We should zoom out just a little, thank you. I want both grids, I should have said. Perfect. Here we have quite a clear exposition of the signs and symptoms of the poisoning. So for breathing, chest tightness, wheezing, respiratory arrest, bradycardia, pinpoint pupils, meiosis, seizures or unconsciousness, sweating, fasciculations. Can you help us with what fasciculations are?
I'm not sure.
Not sure, okay. We'll hear, sir, from an expert in pre-hospital care in due course. And then also, finally, other nausea, vomiting, fecal and urinary incontinence are the other signs and symptoms. So I know that I'm asking you about events that occurred quite a long time ago, but you recognize the document. Do you think before you attended to Dawn Sturgess at 9 Muggleton Road, you were familiar with the signs and symptoms of nerve agent and organophosphate poisoning?
Yeah, because I'd read the notice and signed for it.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
I see. I see. Now, I want to ask you about information received after the Skripal's poisoning, but before the poisoning of Dawn Sturgess. So, you know, you weren't involved in these events, but of course in March, Sergei and Yulia Skripal had been poisoned in Salisbury. And we heard this morning from Mr. Darch that some guidance which had been intended for emergency departments had been emailed through, he says, to all staff. And I just want to show that to you and ask if you remember seeing it. So that is, the reference is INQ 659. Perfect. Thank you very much. We needn't take a long time with this, but it is a document which sets out a reminder for clinicians for recognizing the signs of organophosphate poisoning. And it begins on the first page with recognizing the release of the chemical and the step 1, 2, 3 plus triggers. And just to spend a little time on that, the step 1, 2, 3 plus triggers, those numbers refer, don't they, to the casualties?
Number of patients, yeah.
Number of patients, exactly.
Yeah.
So in your case, when you were responding to Dawn Sturgess, you only had one patient.
Yeah, step 1.
Yes, exactly. Okay. And if you'd had 3 patients at that address, then this sort of protocol, the step 1, 2, 3 protocol, would have required you to seek specialist responders. Yes. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. But you weren't there, obviously, when you were attending to Dawn on her own. And then the other sort of indicators would be dead people and animals, unexplained signs of irritation on the skin and the eyes and the airway, the presence of hazardous materials and unexplained vapor, mist and clouds. And then the clinical symptoms, they begin on page 1. And if I can take us now just to page 3, which just sets out the acute effective exposure. And we needn't take a long time because they're the same as the ones that we saw in the Duodote protocol. Yes, there we go. So increased salivation, chest tightness, rhinorrhea. Rhinorrhea, is that secretions from the nose?
Yes.
Okay. And bronchorrhea, bronchospasm, meiosis, so the pupils that are constricted. We also see as the acute effects, you can have hypoxic, this is the very last bullet point, late complications may result from aspiration or a hypoxic brain injury from early loss of consciousness and respiratory failure, which we know is what happened in the case of Miss Sturgess. Okay, so do you recall getting this by email?
I don't recall it, no.
Okay.
Don't recall having it, or don't recall how you got it?
If we, as I say, it was 6 years ago, a lot has sort of happened in that time, but it would have been on the table, I'd have read it and signed for it.
Okay.
Okay. But in any event, you've confirmed that, you know, with the Duodote protocol, you remember that you knew the signs and symptoms at the time.
Yeah, the Duodote, that's on the ambulance along with the card as well.
With the card, okay.
With the card.
Okay. So you could refer to that at any time.
Yeah.
When you're out on a call. Great. Okay. Then I'll move now to the events on the 30th of June. And please refer to your statement if you need to, because it was some time ago. On that date, you were on duty as part of a double-crewed ambulance, partnered with Glenn Davies. He was driving.
Yeah.
Okay. And your ambulance was call sign 312, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to take you now, not to the call log, because it can be a little difficult to make sense of, for me anyway. But I'm going to take you instead to the distillation of the call log by the expert, the pre-hospital expert, Mr. Faulkner, and that is INQ reference 5942.
5942.
Yes, 5942, page 37. It should come up on your screen in just a moment.
Yeah.
Yes.
You were call sign 312, so we can see here on at 10:16 it says resource call 312 allocated to the incident.
Yeah.
And actually at the very top we can see the call was received at 10:14. So you're allocated 2 minutes later.
No, that's, oh, sorry, 312, yes.
Yeah. Yes, so 303 is Mr. Marriott, who
That's
you
right.
just heard from, yes. So actually at the same time, you are allocated to the incident. And we can also see at the top of the page that it was a Category 1 call. That's the highest level of priority. Is that right?
That's correct.
That's correct. And at that time, the complaint is given as fitting. And then we can move down the page at 1023. It says call recorded as cardiac arrest. So it's still a Category 1. Do you remember on the date in question whether you were receiving that information as it came through?
Initially come through as a fit-in, but en route to Amesbury, it went down to cardiac arrest.
Okay. And did you, Mr. Marriott told us that he had a mobile data terminal in his RRV. Do you have a similar setup in the double-crewed ambulance?
Yeah, we have radio plus the MDT.
Okay, and then as the information changes, does that new information come through on the MDT?
I think that came through via radio,
Okay,
that it was a confirmed cardiac arrest.
and that's dispatchers from the control room
Yeah.
keeping you informed of what's happening?
Yeah.
Is that right? Okay, I see. If we continue down the page, we can see at, it says 1029, notes added stating cardiac arrest confirmed by RRV. That would be Mr. Marriott.
Yes.
Yeah, so he confirmed it. And then it says your call sign arrives 4 minutes later at the scene. Does that accord with what you remember? You arrived after Mr. Marriott was there.
Oh, he was first on scene,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. And then before we go into a bit more detail, can I ask that the call log also sets out when the first set of observations were recorded, when adrenaline was given, and when other medical interventions happened. How does that information end up on the call log? Are you in control with are you in contact with the control room on the scene, or?
No, that doesn't make no sense to me.
Okay. Well, if you can, if you can't help us with that,
We just arrived on at 10:33, so I can't see any drugs being given at that time.
No. Okay. But don't worry. If you can't help us with the call log, you must simply tell us what you yourself saw and what you know about. Okay. So then, you arrived at the scene. Mark was already there. Can you just paint a picture for us? When you arrived at the address, we know you went up the stairs, you went into the bathroom. What did you see at that stage?
Went up the stairs, turned right. Mark was at the head on his knees doing CPR. He gave me a quick handover. I squeezed through the doorway. And I went, moved her left arm to give me some room. I knelt down on her left-hand side and commenced with CPR to give Mark a rest as per protocol.
If I can just pause you there. When you say he gave you a quick handover, do you remember what he told you?
Collapsed, query cause, and in cardiac arrest.
Okay. And so you knelt next to her, you moved her arm so there was space for you.
Yeah.
And you started to help him. What were your actions to help him?
To get the heart going.
Okay.
cardiac arrest.
So did you start bagging her, or were you doing
No, I was on the
compressions or-
chest.
You were on the
Free
chest.
him up to get the airway.
I see. And Mr. Marriott told us that when he was on his own, he could only do basic life support.
That's correct.
But then when you arrived, you and Glenn, that it was possible to do advanced life support.
Yeah.
Can you just help us with what the difference is between basic and advanced?
Basic is applying pressure to the heart, onto the chest. You're acting as the heart, keeping the heart going.
Okay.
And also, you've got a bag where you're giving oxygen as well. Well, oxygen as well, yes. And with advanced, that's giving drugs.
I see. Okay. You cannulated Dawn Sturgess, that's right, isn't it? And was that to her hand?
No, up into the ACF, up into her arm.
I see. Sort of her elbow area.
Yeah, that's
would that be?
correct.
Oh, okay. Did you notice when you were doing that whether her skin was sweaty at all?
No, no.
Okay.
No, you didn't notice, or
No, I didn't notice.
there's no reason why you should. I just want to know what the no means, that's all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Can we pull up inquiry reference 655? Mr. Akuma, I'm going to take you in a moment to this document, which is, I believe it's the electronic patient record.
Yeah.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
If we could... Can you help us? How is this document completed?
I didn't do this one, but normally at the top, you just write in explaining what you did, what you've seen on the scene.
Okay.
Then the next one is sort of like a primary survey.
Can we just, sorry, I know I said page 2, but could we begin just at page 1, just to help? Yeah, so this is what you were talking about, I think, the primary survey.
Yeah, on arrival was with the free text.
But can I just ask, before we get into the details of what's included in the form, because it's called an electronic patient record,
Yeah.
that suggests that it's not done by hand.
Not no more, it's all electronic now.
Yes, exactly. And Mr. Marriott was, in his evidence, telling us about an electronic patient record, which was like a sort of tablet.
Yeah.
Is this something that's completed that you type up when you're on the scene, or is there automatic input
Depending on
from
the condition
machines?
of the patient. If the patient needs all your help, you're concentrating on the patient.
Of course.
And you do the paperwork later.
And so in Dawn's case, when you were assisting Dawn, I think the expert notes that there's some inconsistencies in the record. He hypothesizes it's because you were probably helping Dawn rather than
That's
filling
correct,
it in.
yeah.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Okay. I see. So we have the primary survey here, which says that the presenting condition is cardiac. And it says OOH, cardiac arrest. Can you help us with that? What does that mean? Is it out of hospital? Cardiac
Out of hospital, cardiac arrest.
Yeah.
Cardiac arrest before ambulance arrival.
Yeah, okay. And then if we turn to page 2, it says, collapsed in a toilet, went into arrest, RRV on the scene, BIs commenced. What's BIs?
Oh, I think that's meant to be BL,
Oh, okay,
basic life support.
I see. Ambulance arrived, ASU in attendance. Who's ASU?
That I'm not sure.
Okay. And then extricated on scoop, ALS continued. ALS is advanced life support, is that right?
That's what, yeah, as
Yeah.
I say, I did not write this one, so abbreviations are going to be a bit different.
Of course, and it says actually Fred Thompson completed the EPCR.
Yeah.
And so we're going to hear from him tomorrow morning.
Right.
So I don't think, I'm not going to trouble you too much more, Mr. Coomer, with this document, but just to say that we can see here on examination underneath that box on page 2, they say that the pupils were sluggish, left size 1 millimeter, right size 1 millimeter.
Yeah.
And so that would be meiosis, is that right?
Yeah, pinpoint.
Yes, so 1 millimeter is quite small.
Yeah.
Okay. And then there are some indication of the drugs given, that's on page 3. And then the treatment. If I can just ask you then to put that document to one side, we can take it down now. If we can get back then to the medical treatment that you remember giving her. So you cannulated her to give her some drugs. That would be part of the advanced life support. You'd been helping with compressions. You did eventually achieve a resumption of spontaneous circulation.
Yeah.
That's right, isn't it? Okay. Can you help us with, and you might not be able to, but with the time that happened, because the patient record says that it was about 10:51. Does that sound right to you?
That's about right, yes.
Okay. Okay. I'd like now to ask you to look at document INQ 5294, page 3. This is a debrief that was conducted by SWAFT of the incident. The debrief took place shortly after. And you attended this debrief, is that right?
Yes.
Yes, okay. The incident 120-43565, that's the response to Dawn Sturgess at 9 Muggleton Road. We can see that they record your ambulance 312 was second to arrive on the scene. You entered the property wearing gloves, and then there's the equipment that you brought, including the suction unit. And the eye gel unit was placed by Mr. Marriott. Then if we look at the 4th paragraph, it is what I'm interested in. It says, once double crewed ambulance 312 were in scene, advanced life support was commenced. The patient was cannulated in the left arm, and medicines were administered via this route. The patient then had a return of spontaneous circulation. However, after a while, the patient had a VF cardiac arrest. After one shock, the patient's rhythm went to, how do I pronounce that word? It says?
Asystole.
Asystole. So after one shock, the rhythm went to asystole, but after further advanced life support, there was a further return of spontaneous circulation.
Yeah.
Does that accord with your memory of what happened?
No, I can't quite remember that.
I see.
I remember her having one shock and she went into ROSC,
Yeah.
returned to spontaneous circulation.
Okay.
But we had HEMS arrived, critical care. When the critical care arrived, I went down to get the ambulance ready for extrication.
I see. So you continued providing care until the critical care team arrived?
That's correct.
Okay. I'd just like to ask you now about the interactions you had with Miss Sturgess's partner, Charlie Rowley. Do you remember speaking to him about Dawn Sturgess's condition?
I think that went all through Mark.
I see.
I didn't see much of Mark, Charlie. If I did, it was only for a fleeting few seconds because I was busy on Dawn.
I see. Do you recall Charlie Rowley confirming that Dawn Sturgess did not take drugs? Do you recall?
I don't recall that, but if I did ask it, it was just a rule of elimination because we're just trying to find out why she collapsed.
Okay. Did you form a view while you were treating her what the cause of her symptoms was?
Again, I was going down the neurological route.
I see. And when you say neurological route, what kind of conditions were you considering?
Like Mark said, it's sort of seizure type, brain injury.
Okay. Do you recall noting that she had meiosis?
Yeah, pinpoint pupils.
Okay. And that didn't cause you to think that it could be a drugs overdose?
It goes through your mind. Loads of things are going through your mind all at once. And you've just got to eliminate things. Hence why we give a naloxone.
Okay. Do you remember the suction machine being used to remove excess secretions in her airway?
I might have been downstairs then getting the ambulance ready.
Okay. So you don't remember that?
No, but suction was used on in the back of the ambulance, but I don't remember it being used up in the bathroom.
Okay. And Mr. Marriott told us that it's very common for there to be excess secretions. Is that your experience?
Yeah, it's boiling down to sort of fight or flight syndrome. Your body's trying to concentrate on providing energy, blood circulation to the important organs of the body.
Okay.
So you vomit, you lose secretions, fecal matter.
So the symptoms that you would have been aware of when you're treating Dawn Sturgess, the excess secretions, the incontinence of fecal matter, and the meiosis, did you consider that those were an unusual constellation of symptoms or no?
No.
Okay. Can you help us as a working paramedic of 20 years experience now, whether those are symptoms that you would expect to find in somebody who is in cardiac arrest or not?
Everybody's different, but I've been to cardiac arrest where there's been huge amounts of vomiting. But with Dawn, there was no vomiting.
I see.
Everybody sort of portrays differently.
I see. You mentioned a moment ago that naloxone was given to Dawn. Did you notice whether that had any effect on her?
But I don't know. We were too busy then trying to get her out of the house and into the next level of care.
I see. And just help me with this. The naloxone, was that given by you before the critical care team arrived, or was that given after?
I give it as they arrived because I put it past them. I said, "Is it all right to give her that?" And they said yes.
Okay. I see. And you gave that to her for what reason?
If it was opiate.
I see. And if it wasn't opiates, was your understanding that there would be any negative consequences for her?
It's not going to do anything bad, but it'll help reverse causes if it was.
Okay. And you didn't notice whether there was any impact on her?
No.
Okay. Arrangements were made eventually to move Dawn onto a scoop stretcher so that she could be put into the ambulance. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah.
And what was your role in that part of her care?
HEMS, the critical care, they took over the care for Dawn then.
Okay.
I was just assisting with lifting and assistance in the back of the ambulance.
Okay. So did you help carry her down the stairs?
Yeah.
Okay. And then when she was put into the ambulance, were you in the back of the ambulance with her? And did you stay with her until she arrived at hospital?
Yeah.
Okay. When she was in the back of the ambulance, she was intubated, is that right? Do you recall?
Vaguely, I can recall. But Fred, he was up at the head end, and I was bandaging because where she started sweating and losing the Veco fix for the cannula, so I was bandaging
okay,
the
so
cannula in place.
I see. So at that stage, when she was in the back of the ambulance, you noticed that she was sweating, and that's why she lost the cannula that you'd put in earlier.
She didn't lose the cannula, but you losing the Vecafix.
That's the adhesive, is it?
It's just like a sticky plaster sort of thing.
I see. Okay. And would it be unusual for somebody to be sweating after cardiac
really.
arrest? Okay. Mr. Coomer, I can say that the inquiry is going to hear expert evidence from a expert paramedic, Mark Faulkner. And I can say that he has concluded that the care given to Dawn by paramedics on that day was of a reasonable standard, and he doesn't criticize the care provided. But I'd like to ask you that by the time you were in the back of the ambulance and you'd noticed the sweating and the meiosis, the respiratory arrest and the cardiac arrest, did you think at that stage that her symptoms might be caused by organophosphate poisoning?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. And what, at that stage at the end, what was your thinking as to the cause of her symptoms?
I was still going down a neurological event.
I see. Okay. Thank you very much. I have no further questions for you, but there will be some questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartle. Are there any... Yes, Mr. Mansfield.
Is that on? Yeah, it is on. Yes, good afternoon. I represent the family of Dawn Sturgess. I just want to ask you about a document that was on the screen a moment ago. I don't ask for it to come up again. So this is the debrief that we've just seen. Can you help on this, that when you get back to the hospital with Dawn, can you recall how long after your arrival back at the hospital that the debrief is carried out and who carries it out?
No, I can't remember that one.
Can you give us an idea of how long after you returned? Is it something that's done fairly soon?
It depends on the trauma.
You mean how serious it is?
Yeah.
All right, well, this is pretty serious. So is the likelihood that those dealing with Dawn would want to know from you, and obviously anyone else, all of you, the crew, as much as you could tell them about the circumstances?
They'll only give us the information as they receive it back from the hospital.
What's the purpose of the debrief, Mr. Coomer, as you understand it?
It's sort of welfare, really. Keep you in the picture to make sure you're okay. And because of the seriousness of this, they just wanted to put everything together.
Right. And is there always a debrief when you get back with a patient?
Not always, no.
And when there is, well, was this one that same, where are we? Morning, I think, or sometime later in the day?
This was not, no, it wasn't the same day.
Not the same day?
No. I think you'll find there's a date on the debrief.
Sorry? That's the debrief date. Yeah, okay. What is the date on that? Is it the 4th? At 6:30. 4th at 6:30, apparently, this one.
4th of July?
Yes.
So a few days later?
Yes.
Thank you.
And does, the reason I'm asking you is obviously information you had could have been important for the doctors. Does any doctor come and see you, or consultant come and see you, or registrar come and see you and say, what happened and so on, to get information because they're dealing with...
Again, that'd be boiling down to the person who handed over, and I believe it was Fred Thompson who handed over the patient.
Right, so it's part of the handover.
Yeah.
Because we saw on the, again, I'm not asking for that sheet to come back, on that same sheet, the debrief sheet, that's where it also shows that Charlie Rowley had been saying and telling people that, more than just you, 2 other people, that Dawn had not taken drugs. But can you help any more about that?
It's just asked it for a rule of elimination. As Dawn collapsed, it's just a question as to how, why she collapsed.
Yes, I understand. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mansfield. Mr. Coomer, thank you very much for your help.
Thank you.
There's no need to stay unless you wish to. Thank you. Where do we go from there, Miss Bottle? Is that the end of the day?
Yes, that is the end of the witness.
Well, we'll have to put up with that as best we can. And tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, please.